Hearts of Iron. Oh, we've got it. Hopefully this works properly here now. Okay, good. We are going to do something better, Rumble. Okay. Got some exciting news. Boy, that was probably a bad intro to get to this exciting news coming up here. So let's just get to the exciting news. I have been talked into, at least I hope this is exciting, I've been talked into to try to play another multiplayer series for you all of Hearts of Iron 4. The reason it took a lot of talking into is the last series didn't do well. Last several series. Multiplayer just didn't seem to catch your fancy, the viewer's fancy, or algorithm, or whatever. And it seems to be more popular with the people who play in it than it is with the viewers. So we're going to test that out. And the downside is I originally wanted to do this, record it off, not on a live stream, just record it and put it out there. But all these really enthusiastic players can only show up Saturday mornings, enough of them at the same time. My time, Saturday morning. So it means the live stream will turn into that. Though I'm going to continue this series not live. This will continue. So don't worry about that. And we're going to see how this goes. And all of that. So please, next Saturday we should be live streaming HOI IV, World Ablaze. All right. So that's coming up. Well, let's make an episode. Hello, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745, and we're going to be playing some World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron 4. And of course, we're playing today as Germany, the evil guys, the nation that's going to set the world ablaze. One of them, not the only one, but one of them. All right. Well, we're getting into sort of. There's going to be some research bonuses here, some other research bonuses quickly. So I was looking at this last night before getting ready to play here. So I'm not going to rush into that. But what we have other things that we need to do here to improve. Well, just to sort of show you guys the template for the Austrian divisions, the current template for the German brigade. Used to be that the Alpine divisions were better than the German Gebirgs brigade, so, but not anymore. Now we can improve the design of the Gebirgs. Cannot change this template because that would have us exceed our special forces cap. How interesting, as seeing as how the special forces bit, because this is just artillery, this is just horse-drawn logistics, is going to be the same amount. Mountaineers, yeah, okay. Okay, and this may have jumping over to the larger Austrian army. So we can't change that. Huh, okay, well, but here, let's go up to the top of this. We can look here that we're going to be changing this over to, well, we need trucks is what we don't have. Okay. Well, hold on. Let's go back to the top up here. Oh, I want, okay. Just go through this in order. We're going to get the Austrian army here over to a more proper German infantry division instead of having a this one. Yes, we did. Okay. No. Well. For all my wanting to do it orderly. I'm getting tired of those marching feet. Sounds okay. Now these divisions here, how are they looking? Okay. Well, maybe I should come here at the bottom. Okay, at the bottom we need, well, just click here. Don't need to close this. All right. Template. Nope, nope, that's in good shape. Let's go to some of these that don't have the attrition. All right. So I guess that's not the mountain division part, but the rest. Hello, John Kench 2002. How you doing? Glad to have you here. All right. So we've upgraded some of the army here. Our logistics have gotten somewhat negative. We'll have to try to catch up with that in production. Okay, Continental Army, and that's where we're going to now catch up with some of that. Right, okay, we need some more artillery and heavy artillery and trucks. So, artillery will be up here. Well, don't want to start a new thing there, so let's do that. Now, okay. We got on switch, we're getting ready for here. We have time before that can happen. RG Farb and synthetic resources, that would be good, but I think, and Arno's here. Hello, my friend, how you doing today? I like that one tweet you highlighted of electric bikes. Yes, all bikes are not the future. Bikes are the past. They're good for kids riding around. Definitely, but we'll do fighters next. Long range interceptors. Good to hear. I know I'm doing just fine. No, we want to send these guys over to East Prussia. We're going to give them to him. Okay, one division down to here, one division down to here, one division over to here. How are we doing out here? Okay, we just won against, okay, let's attack that way now. Continue to improve Rommel's Panzer Leader capabilities. And you can assault the city with your Panzer Division. There we go. Now, it was suggested that maybe we should attack Madrid. I do know the most central bit of Madrid is pretty well fortified and there's probably somebody there. But what we are going to do is to see if we can cut off, and that was also sort of the suggestion, cut off Madrid from the rest of Spain. Now, my understanding, which is not 100%, but it's reasonably good, I think, of the mechanics of HOI IV is that supply flows out of the capital. So if you cut the capital off from the rest, the capital is still in supply. It's the rest that are out of supply, except that there are local, you know, certain cities and whatnot that do generate a certain amount of local supply. But it would definitely be best for us if we could cut off supply to everywhere else. And Toy Jet's here. Coming to see how I'm doing to be able to defeat me in next week's game. Long range fighters, right. Okay, well, we're going to do the long range fighters like we just did. And then I think let's do this now that we have the bonus there. And do we have another good? We could do that, yeah. Get some better HE-111s in production. And hello, John Kretz. It's me, Mario. Okay. If there's something other than the sort of original, I don't get that, but whatever. Okay, so artillery support much better. Yeah, let's go with this. Get all those artillery units upgraded. Right, okay, now that we're basically organized, let's attack here. Hopefully Franco will want to join in our offensive here. Mountain infantry is improved, very nice. I think we'll wait on that, using that slot. Now let's, I was asked about several things, and sometimes I don't like typing lots and lots of text to answer things. I like talking about things. Now, one was planning ahead for national focus and not every time wandering around this chart. Well, okay. One, I've not played this before, and yes, I played World Ablaze before, but this changes over time. And I'm just not as organized up enough person that's going to chart everything out beforehand. Now, my friend Niagro, he does, he'll do an Excel spreadsheet and figure out how many days, whatever, probably here. I'm not that organized. And so some of these here we have, like there's 55 days out of 180 days, then we could do this. What might we fit in there for delay just a day or two and have like form the Waffen SS or whatever? Not everything is well figured out in advance. And so yeah, we sort of have to go through and exploring it, and that's sort of what I'm doing here with you. And instead of either off camera, which again I haven't taken the time to do a lot of it off camera, or on camera to sit there and plot out how many days this national focus is going to take and how many days for that, and then what are the conditions needed, you know, either a date or how big of an army Germany has, or whatever that needs to be figured out to trip a national focus. Yeah, people, I'm just not that set up. Fear a toy jet. And maybe if I was in Norway, I might fear him, but I don't know why I would fear him from here. I don't even think he knows where the Pacific Ocean is. All right, well. Oh, no, wrong guy. This guy, I think, yes. Yes. Right, okay, now, like I say, we have, I did play ahead a little bit, and we've now met all of the requirements here except for waiting 180 days, and we have just a few days here, but like, we can squeeze in forming the Waffen SS at only 14 days. Oh, and we can come over here now. Don't know if we need to do that one just yet. I think here's what we should do, is get in better heavy weapons, and we can improve the production line earlier. And more military factories now. We finally caught up to, well, we're getting heavy weapons. Trucks is the big thing here. So let's come to our, go times 5 and add in another 5. There. Now we need more steel and more tungsten. So what we can do with that, let's sit there. Okay. Reactivate core steel mill. That's what we want to do. And we're still down the 4th International. Still down here, so let's, no, to 3. Factories bringing in tungsten. Norway and Netherlands will rule the world. Ha! They can't even rule themselves. Okay, now we can do the Sudetenland. That will get us some more factories and make us a few more enemies. How are we doing down here in our battle? Okay, we're getting some support here now from Franco's soldiers. Oh, we need to, I think, move more aircraft down into, come on. Yes. I keep forgetting about the aircraft situation. Maybe I should have sent some bombers down. I don't know. Tanks being sent to Ukraine. Well, does anybody else? The modern kind like leopards and challengers, yeah, I know. And I know you were, and this does very much pertain to what you're talking about. Does anybody else see a similarity that I see between Ukraine and Spain? I know it's not the same. Gamer, it's not the same. There's differences. Well, of course there's fucking differences. Spain is mountainous, and they speak Spanish, where Ukraine is flat, and they speak Ukrainian. It's not the same. But it is the same. I think Ukraine, or the Russian-Ukrainian war, is today's version of the Spanish Civil War. There's differences. There is a small, shall we say, active element of people from Ukrainian territory that consider themselves Russian that are on the Russian side. I have some Ukrainian friends, so, you know, this isn't just, you know, Russian propaganda, but some of the people in here, I think a significant number, maybe still a minority, but hell, 40% is a significant number in this map. See, I fucking hate the goddamn state mechanic. Oh, yeah. See what you do, Arno, you get me off on tirades. Why do we have to have this damn state mechanic? Because we can't draw current Ukrainian boundaries because of the state mechanic here. And how stupid all this is. Right, but get back to Ukraine. So yeah, there are, and then there are smatterings, sprinklings of people throughout Ukraine that, at various points in time, may have ancestry that they look back and see themselves as Russian. And as we see even before the Ukrainian Revolution of some while ago, I forget the exact dates, there were people in Ukraine that maybe thought themselves Ukrainian, but looked more to the east, Moscow, as their central focus, as opposed to look towards Berlin or Paris as their sort of power block, economic block, whatever that they wanted to be a part of. And so, some divided. But so it isn't mostly a civil war, but there is an aspect of it. It is mostly an invasion. Now, Spain was mostly a civil war. And where you have similarities, yes, you have the very, very small German ground contingent, less than 300 people in combat, because their ground contingent was about 300 people for the army. The air support, they also had like airplane mechanics and other support personnel, but the air contingent was larger. About 3 divisions, roughly, of Italian army going in there. Otherwise, it's mostly, foreign volunteers on both sides coming into it, like we see in Ukraine. But where we have similarities is everybody trying out their weapons on each other. We have, although, you will see Britain and France, I would say honestly, trying to blockade weapons coming in, but we see huge amounts of Soviet weaponry coming in, huge amounts of German weaponry coming in, and feeding the war on both sides. And we also see, including by the Italians and the Germans and the Soviets, which were, because there were a lot of, to my understanding, active Soviet pilots flying in the quote-unquote Republican Air Force. So that's the only place that I know of significant Soviet combat elements within the war. There were many secret police type, advisor type people running around, huge numbers of those, but all of them still wanting to keep the war contained. So maybe a German pilot shooting at a Soviet pilot over Spain, but peaceably getting along in some other parts of the world. We're not trying to, sink ships sending arms into Spain, in the North Sea or something else. So we're seeing this sort of contained. And yes, sending the modern tanks like Leopards and Challengers. Well, I think we've determined well enough, and I kept getting told, now not a huge number of times, but it was over many years, they're just facing, it was just the Abrams and Challengers too, a little bit. We're just facing export models of the Russian tanks, Soviet tanks mostly, from the various eras, especially the first Gulf War, second Gulf War, because the first Gulf War really is the Iran-Iraq War, as it was known also as that. But the first, the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, and then the massively international response to it. But those were just export versions. Oh, and they were just Iraqis that weren't trained really well. Well, we're seeing how bad even the Ukrainians aren't doing so well with ex-Soviet models, wherever, because even the Ukrainians produce tanks, I believe. Those tanks just aren't doing well, and those, you can't tell me those are all just export models. The Russians currently are just using their export models. No, they're not. Western tanks are far superior to, unlike what War Thunder wants to say, Russian tanks are, hey Ari, good to have you here. Russian tanks are nowhere equal to modern tanks. I'm thinking, and yes, I think about a lot of things here. An M60 tank versus a T-72, or even like a T-64, which T-64 would be a good comparison. Yeah, they're going to be more imbalance, more balance between them, but still, again, unlike War Thunder, which we're going to be playing, which is tomorrow, I get off at 2, being home at 3, but still that's too late for any multiplayer to start. Are you saying next week or this week? Because we're not doing it this week, obviously, because we're doing this. Pleased to find that. Are we having a problem next week, or... Oh, this day, today. Okay, no problem. Larry, no problem. Is crew comfort. And it's not just, oh, how relaxed you are, how comfy the seats are in the tank, but how well can you see out of the tank? How well can you, how quickly, gun depression, and how quickly you can load the tank and whatnot. And yeah, I know the Soviets had autoloaders, but if you look at how those autoloaders work, they're damn slow. So Soviet-based, and I'm using these terms I think correctly, Soviet-based, which of course is what the Russians... the only thing modern, and we haven't seen any in the combat, and they have so few of them, the Armata tank, that really just sort of, I was going to say prototypes. No, I think more field trials tank, meaning they've, field in the fields. It's beyond a prototype, but it's field trial. Everything else is Soviet era based. I mean, there's been some improvements, I believe, over time post-Soviet, but models of tanks just aren't that good. And for all of those people out there who were trying to go, oh, the tank is dead, and I know, I don't know whether that was started in just after World War I or what, how far back that goes, but there's been a lot of people that the tank is dead. For many years, and a lot of people who are as much armchair generals as myself, meaning like politicians that have never served in the military or something. And I don't know, and some of them, including like Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, wanting to get away from the tank. Why, if the tank is so dead, why does Ukraine want them so badly? Riddle me that, people. Anybody who thinks the tank is dead is useless. Riddle me that. Why does Ukraine want them so badly? Now, we can see, I think, and that's partially, shall we say, the video evidence that's at least making it to me, is that artillery, because of What we really haven't had before, well, we just hadn't seen it so much before. I think we've had it in the Iraq invasion war as well, but we're continuing it into here, is the combination of real-time enemy aerial spotting. The U.S. Army does a bunch of it. I don't know that they're doing it. I don't believe in talking to current serving members. I don't think they do it well enough. I would every platoon I would have a recon drone or more, one or more recon drones for every platoon. Little small backpack things, small things. Everyone. But through various means and with not necessarily precision guided ammunition, which we've had for a while and we're still using, but precision aiming systems, that are based off of the GPS. All you got to do is kill the GPS. You're going to kill most of those precision aiming capabilities, people. Just remember that. And again, why it's sort of like Spain, in that the Russians aren't shooting down our satellites that are flying over Ukraine. Now, they may be also getting the same GPS information and using it themselves, too. But watching some film footage of a fairly straight trench line that looked to be, and it was, from top down, so I'm not quite sure people were laying in it, but looked to be just like 2 or 3 feet deep. Not very deep. That I don't know how many of those were just people huddled down in, soldiers huddled down in that trench line, or were bodies at that point. But artillery being precise enough that where in the Vietnam War, they would know where the trench was in generally good position, but unable to precisely hit right into the trench. In a 2 or 3 foot trench, if you just get just far enough, and I'm not gonna, it can vary whether it's a air burst or ground burst or whatever, but just far enough away from it, you're more or less okay from that artillery barrage. I'm not talking about deep dugouts or deep, bunkers. I'm just talking about a slit trench dug in the earth that's long, that you could crawl 100 yards in or more, or meters for you Europeans. We're being targeted precisely enough that trench was no longer no longer function protectively. It's just too precision of attacks, and we're seeing that with artillery everywhere, that at least the Ukrainians are able to use, and are able to real time see just where the enemy is and get GPS feedbacks of those exact locations and precisely put rounds onto those targets. I do believe it's like a television camera that may be showing you exactly the spot in front of the television camera, but you have no idea of what's happening behind the television camera, if you know what I mean. In whether, in a television studio or looking around in the world, like a travel video, come see beautiful Romania, and they show you, a nice video of a beautiful church or something like that. Well, on the other side, you turn the camera around, it may be just a garbage pile. You don't know what's on the other side of the camera. So we're seeing what's being videoed, and we're seeing what's using precise ammunition and precise hits, and with this literally the overall scale of the size of the war, that may be just a few hot spots, shall we say, that we're looking at with the camera, but we're seeing very effective artillery use. by the Ukrainians, but they want tanks, modern Western tanks. Russia, and so does that, so and the Ukrainians seem to be keeping much of their modern Western equipment, things like the Panzerhaubützen 2000, keeping them functional. So whatever, fixing broken things on them, keeping them operated, they seem to. They're not going to tell me if they've gotten 12 of them and 5 of them are out of service because not because of enemy action, just because they broke and they haven't fixed them. They're not going to tell me that, obviously, but so we don't quite know, and they're going to, warfare, you're going to try to hide that out. So we don't know how well, but they seem to be dealing with a lot of the maintenance needs of Western equipment reasonably well, and they see, there still seems from some videos that are fairly recent, as in the last few months, just before winter sort of set in, at least one of them I'm thinking of units bumping into each other accidentally from the different sides and having engagements, literally driving down the road and driving into each other, which sort of dash cam footage of that, or GoPro footage of one of those engagements I saw, which is clearly, the Ukrainians weren't all dug in or in a ambush, or even just in a quick, hasty ambush thing. They were driving down the road, and here comes a bunch of Russian trucks driving at them, and they start shooting them up. And you don't just keep driving down the road, even if you know that there's Russian trucks. Oh, they don't know we're here. No, if you know they were here, you get off and you quickly set up an ambush for them. And so it was definitely a confusion battle. So I don't know that they're going to use our tanks, the Western tanks, as well as the West would use them, but they would seem to use them okay. I know this is a longer thing, and I'll get to Aries' text here in a bit, longer than maybe Arno was trying to say. I don't think anybody has that's in a position of leadership in this war, and by that I mean on the Russian side, on the Ukrainian side, on various Western powers. Any of these people in leadership has in my opinion, a realistic end game for this war. And that scares me. It scares the shit out of me. Because we're seeing national levels of incompetence. Now maybe they do and they're just not telling me. Hello, Dennis, the Fallen King. You've gotten me in the middle of a rant, so I'm not playing, and it's all Arno's fault. I think a lot of the Western powers believe that they can somehow topple Putin, and that's become the goal, is toppling Putin, which, not a problem, it just got me ranting on Ukraine and whatnot. I don't think Putin, things can change, trust me. In politics, things can change. But at this point, I see the Western goal of, we've got to punish Putin's aggression, and is their viewpoint and is their goal. And they're going to, by bleeding him white and economically isolating Russia. They're just going to topple Putin. I don't think that that's a realistic goal. I don't think Ukraine's government's goal of a reconquista of all of Ukrainian territory, at least all of it, as of, I don't know, year 2000 or something, meaning all of Crimea and all of the, the Donbass or whatever. And, good luck to them if they can, great, but they fucking can't unless the West supports them in that. Because if right now the big thing is and I will get back to crisis report pretty soon. It's a lot of work in keeping it up. Is the story that I want to talk about is the logistics of this war, which is not very sexy, and I don't know that the viewers there want that. But the biggest talks and everything I see is 155 millimeter shells, and all the manufacturers are ramping up more production, partially for Ukraine, but partially for other nations, realizing they need bigger stockpiles of these things. That Ukraine can only fight as long as, again, like Spain, as long as outside sources are dumping in munitions. So really, and I'm not as a superpower, Russia won't let that slide. Well, Russia is not a superpower. The Soviet Union was. Russia is not a superpower. Russia is a great power. China is a great power. There is only one superpower left, and that is the United States. Russia is a great power, but it is no longer a superpower. It just because it has retreated entirely from this part of the world, in which really you see Venezuela supporting Castro's Cuba and some of the other sort of leftist governments in Central America, where Putin is no longer. You see Russia has entirely pulled out of its support of Vietnam. It's withdrawn from Cam Ranh Bay, which it had had a naval base there, and Cam Ranh Bay may be turning back into a U.S. naval base. The thing that the North Vietnamese and then the Vietnamese Communist Party wanted to stop before, and they're going, hey, U.S., we have this nice Cam Ranh Bay here. Could be a nice naval base for you. Think about it. So Russia is no longer a superpower. Russia is a great power, but it's no longer a superpower. Those are just their one sort of overseas thing is sort of Syria, and that's it, basically. It's retreated out of most of Africa, in a practical sense. So, I've talked about this before. A buddy of Goering's, and I forget the guy's name, got the sort of contracts and set up with Germany to smuggle weapons, but mostly munitions, mostly things that go out of a gun, whether it's an artillery piece or, a rifle or a machine gun, things that get projected out of it. Eventually he got 3 ships that were smuggling munitions primarily into Spain, and that the Germans, they would load them in Germany and they'd smuggle them in, and the German force was Navy, the Kriegsmarine, was part of the patrols to keep weapons and stuff to be from smuggling into Spain, who were part of it. Forget which ship, but one of their ships, the Admiral Scherer or something, I forget. One of them got bombed by Republican forces because it was part of the sort of blockade, the international blockading force. Now, of course, this was very helpful because the Germans were part of it, so they knew where all the ships were sailing, patrolling, so they could tell their smugglers where and when to approach, and what to see and what not to see from their own vessels. that they were bringing in there were three ships, merchant vessels that were constantly going back and forth between Germany and nationalist Spain. This was going so well. Goering and this guy bought three more ships that were going back and forth from Germany to Republican Spain, selling German munitions to the Republicans. So Goering was supplying both sides about equally, in that with three ships going back and forth. The Soviets were also dumping in, all the huge amounts of weapons and munitions to the Republicans. So yeah, it was going so much that they were supplying both sides. Keeping the war going longer, people, meaning more deaths were happening. More deaths on the battlefield, more deaths because of, there was starvation going on in Spain because crops were failing because everyone is out being a soldier, or the needed to get crops from wherever to whatever city wasn't happening because, again, everyone was being a soldier, or the combat lines were disrupting it. People were dying. Civilians were dying because of the Spanish Civil War, and because not just Germany supplying both sides, but because both sides were being... Why would you... Money. Well, they were making money off of it. Yeah, I'm not making this up, people. I know I'm just going off memory, but it's been within the last year I read it. There's a whole series of articles talking about it. And the way the nationalists were paying for the munitions was with raw materials, things like tungsten. Germany had a whole crew that would come into, as they captured new factories or new major industrial centers, come in to figure out. I think it was Harpo or whatever the initials for it were coming in and figuring out how best they could serve Germany. And it got to the point that because Germany was getting such a good deal on for these raw materials, meaning because they'd figure a Reichsmark or a dollar or whatever, it was valued at. And Franco eventually realizes, look, you're getting this stuff as a discount. We want to be able to sell it on the international market. We'll get more for it, and we'll be able to buy more of your munitions. And the German response was, well, you could do that if you want. But if you don't sell us these raw materials at the price we say, we're no longer going to send in munitions into you. And who else are you going to find out in the world, somewhere in the world, that's willing to even sell you munitions at any price? Not just at the, at a highly inflated price that Germany was selling them to you in. And Franco goes, oh, sorry. Yeah, keep the deal. So that's, sort of thinking like, Biden, and we'll send you money to Ukraine so long as you send some of that money back to us. Right, Ukraine? So, yeah, money. Again, another way Ukraine is like the Spanish Civil War. And so by sending in munitions to both sides, you keep the war going longer, so you have more and more deaths and more destructions. So instead of just like supplying the one side and having it victorious, you keep supplying the other side as well. So the war progresses longer. In my opinion, Ukraine can fight for, just as many days as the West sends munitions. Because if it just gets back to whatever it can make on its own, AK-47 ammunition. I'm sure they have a factory. If it hasn't been blown up, they're making it. Because I know in the past there was at least one significant, small munition, bullets manufacturing in Ukraine, going back to the old Soviet days. I think it's still there. That ain't going to stop the Russians, okay? Just AK-47 ammunition isn't going to stop the Russians. They need all of these NLAWs and javelins and whatnot to stop the Russians. So the moment they stop getting fed 155 millimeter shells, because whatever they can make internally, either 155 or 122 millimeter shells, that ain't going to stop the Russians. So the moment the munitions stop coming into Ukraine, the Russians stop having the ability to, I mean, that's not the Russians, the Ukrainians stop having the ability to fight the war. So if you don't think the Ukrainians are Western puppets, you're entirely wrong, because they are 100% dependent upon money to pay for it, because somebody has to get paid. Because none of the factories that are making the, I'm not talking about inside of Ukraine, I'm talking about everywhere else. None of these factories, they all got to get paid. None of them make munitions for free. So somebody's got to get paid. And yes, somebody's going to be making money off that war. So the minute the money and the munitions dry up, because they both could dry up, or just one of them dries up, meaning if they're still going to have a lot of money but no one's willing to sell the munitions. The international arms trade is highly regulated, people. Yes, I used to work in it many, many years ago. Highly regulated. So Ukraine is a puppet. Russia, I don't think, is ready, or Putin's government, shall we say, isn't ready to collapse. Putin doesn't have the ability to, in my opinion, to defeat Ukraine, so long as the West puts in munitions. And all these people that go out there, and I see polls for and against and people pushing out, and yeah, I know this is taking a long time, sorry people. Recently just saw one today. So many people want peace in Ukraine. Well, you know, I think everybody wants peace in Ukraine. The Russians want it, the Ukrainians want it, the rest of the world wants it. But the conditions of what the peace will look like, that is sort of the rub. Oh, and don't think these arms munition manufacturers, I know there's a trope going back to post-World War I, that the arms munitions manufacturers are getting rich, so they want the war to go on. Nope. They don't need the war to go on. They just need this war to have happened, and then Hungary, Slovakia, Czechia, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, Sweden, Germany, Israel, India, they're all going to continue building up stockpiles of artillery shells because they've seen how much they needed them in Ukraine. They see how quickly they're used up on the battlefield. They see that whether it's international production or their domestic production, depending on the country we're talking about, they can never make enough artillery shells to feed the guns, because those guns can fire faster than you can make artillery shells. So they're going to have to stockpile. Now, they can't stockpile up in a single year, partially because production can't produce that many, partially national budgets aren't that big. But they're all watching, they're all seeing that they need to massively stockpile. I remember back, I think it is in the late 80s or something, seeing some report about how some of the Arab-Israeli wars, the only reason Israel was able to keep fighting was American jets, were, big cargo jets, were landing somewhere in Israel, offloading pallets of ammunition, artillery ammunition for Israel. So whatever Israel was able to stockpile, they quickly went through, whether this doesn't matter which the Yom Kippur War, that doesn't matter. It just matters that Israel, whatever they had stockpiled, was nowhere near enough, and the U.S. was landing munitions to keep Israel fighting, defending itself, or aggressively attacking, whatever, it doesn't matter. And they were feeding off of U.S. stockpiles. Everybody's seeing that with Ukraine, and munitions companies make more money off the threats of war than actual war. So they don't need the war. They just need the war lesson. So, okay, see you later. I'll read your stuff. I know you didn't get to it while you were still here, Ari, but thanks for posting. Thanks for hanging out. Hope everything goes well next week so we can all play. So I don't see a good end result. I don't see Western leaders that, why aren't they coming out and saying, hey, we're willing to negotiate with Putin? Not we're willing to give in to Putin's demand for territory. No, let's negotiate. No, they just see punish Putin. That's all I'm hearing out of them. And yes, they may be privately, secretly saying other things. That happens. I know it. But they also need to publicly state it because, hello, Turnlow, because eventually the Russian people will hear it. And if it's been 6 months or 6 years of Western leaders saying, well, we'll stop this war if Putin just negotiates, and here's our initial set of demands, they'll eventually go, oh, we could stop the war if we just negotiate it. Might not be everything we or Putin wants, but it would be, we could get something out of this. And Ukraine can go, well, yeah, okay, we might lose a bit of, a few provinces in the HOI IV terms. They might lose Mariupol. But how many Ukrainian dead are worth Mariupol? Already many have died, So I'm, at some point, if you can get a settlement, what settlement? I'm not saying everything that Russia currently occupies you should give up on. I'm not saying that. But I'm also not saying you should, we'll only talk once we've taken back Crimea. There has to be an intermediate point. So, tanks, they ain't a dead thing. I don't think the Ukraine war will escalate outside of the theater. I don't think they're going to bring great conquests to the Ukrainian side of things. But we'll see. All right. Well, we're going to continue this live here, but this is the end of the episode. Thank you for listening to my thoughts on Ukraine and what's going on and how it is, I do think, very, very similar to Spain, the Spanish Civil War. Okay, everyone, let's just say this. We're going to get back to playing here, so don't worry about that. Let's see, what did our Aries say up here? Russians inclined to pass. When it comes to war, it's not uncommon to see this from Russia. Russians are inclined to pass in one moment from complete depression to the most radiant optimism. Rangel said this and hold true throughout their history. Yeah, you're right. National character, cultural characters are a real thing. They to a significant level, they have to be shaped by their environment, and I just don't know how depressing it would be to live in Russia. And I mean the geography. I'm not talking about Russian people or culture or things, but just simply living with cold winter and cold whatever that may be very, very depressing. And then, hey, spring's here, and everyone gets very optimistic. Okay, let's continue making another episode here. And Arno, be good. Stop trying to get me off of topic, please. Ask me some other time about things, and we can do that there. All right, because I do want to talk about it. It's just obviously, but we need to keep this flowing. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron IV. Now, a special announcement that is coming that we're going to be doing. I'm sort of excited by this, and I hope you are too, or it's going to fail completely. I've been talked into doing another multiplayer series by a lot of my friends. The last series seemed more popular with the people playing it than the viewers. So I'm leery of making this series because not that I don't want to make it, it's just if there's not enough of you who wanting to watch it, because they all seem to think everybody wants to watch a multiplayer HOI IV series, and like I said, last one I put out there didn't get very good views. So last two, I think it was. In fact, I have a whole series that I don't know that I ever released because it got such bad viewing. So if you're interested in this, smash the like button. Please make a comment. Just say hi, gamer. Very, very few people even say hi to me. I wish you would. So I know you're out there and you care. And so if you get a little bit more engagement going, you watch the videos, it really helps. So we will be next weekend, instead of the normal live show, we'll be doing the live show of the multiplayer. I will be continuing this series, but it won't be continued live. It will be just made for made on my own time and then put out on a sort of somewhat daily basis. So we will be doing that. Hopefully it is nice and popular. And yes, I have to chase popularity because the way YouTube works, and what's the point of making videos that nobody watches? No, I still want to play games I like to play, still do stuff I like to do, but we do have to worry about popularity. Okay, excavations. All right. We could do this a little bit ahead of time. Just looking at some other options here. Yeah, I think we will. We are bashful. Well, you're not being too bashful, Turin. But, yeah, because it does, and good to have you back, Dennis. I want growth in the channel. I want people to actually listen to all my rantings and ravings. Oh, that's... Okay. Historic day, demand the Sudetenland, accept this. Now, I do know we've lost Helmar Schacht, and this... I don't know if it was over the Sudetenland. I think it was more over the taking the rest of Czechoslovakia that he quits finally. He had been basically the, and I forget the exact title, but basically the economics minister for the German government, while also being president of the Reichsbank, the national bank. He leaves the in setting up the 4-year plan with Goering taking over, and actually sort of Walter Funk holding the position, but Goering is in charge of the 4-year plan. Walter Funk takes over as basic minister, but he's sort of a Goering flunky. So Schacht leaves one of his positions, but stays around, and really, I think it's more the occupation of the rest of Czechoslovakia. But either way, we lose him here, and yes, I would love to have a justification of why this eats up one civilian factory every 4 months. Everything else I wouldn't disagree with here too much, but I really enjoy rants, so I don't have a problem with watching you. Germans were obsessed with the word Reich. Well, yeah, they definitely were. Okay, now we could do the first Vienna Awards, which would be nice, but I want to continue to balance some of that out with things like IG Farben, which I think will help us out. So we'll do that. And we have more civilian factories because we can take a quick look here. We've grabbed up this province, which has a steel mill and 5 civilian factories and 2 military, and this province over here with 2 civilian and a military. So that will allow us to produce more things. Now, one thing I think would be sort of kind of cool, useful, let's build a radar facility there. The Munich Agreement. Now, let's push in here. Not that we have to really occupy the border, but I don't think we're ever going to come to a fight, and I think, well, I don't know, about troop strength along the border. I don't know if we're going to have another sort of problem there where we need to. I'm not sure, but we'll just do that. Okay, so we've got that, and we're going to get another civilian factory, I think. Okay, well, we just picked up a bunch of, I think, okay, we need more trucks and more tactical bombers and more of everything, I'm absolutely sure. But hey, thanks for following, do appreciate it. Dennis, good to have you here. Just so everybody knows, I stream this time Saturdays playing Hearts of Iron, whether it's Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4. And on Sundays at about this time, we do War Thunder. So hope you'll enjoy those. And of course, I've got a YouTube channel if you want to check it out for more videos over there too. Oh, let's put a factory way out there. Comes to mind is to show how hard on the civilian economy gets results but burns out everything. But see, I've studied it as much as I can, and I don't see that with the 4-year plan, that he's burning out the civilian economies. I just don't see that. Name is playing sound twice. Oh, is it echoing through the... Oh, shit. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Let me go over to headphones. Things aren't working. I'll probably solve it. Let's see if this works better. Okay, hopefully that'll be better. Wait a minute, no it isn't. Oh, it seems to be better, yeah, okay. Hopefully this is better. Let me know if it's still echoing. No problem, Dennis. Let me know if the sound keeps echoing. Good to know. Well, okay. There is definite corruption when it comes to Goering. No doubt about it. But I think it is overblown as to the scale of it. Goering, he's in charge of the 4-year plan, and there's a specific, shall we say, a government-owned, if you will, not Goering-owned, but government-owned Reichswerks Hermann Goering. It's just more named after him. Now, it is part of the 4-year program, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it as that big of a as eating up resources. Okay, we're doing this. IG Farben. Good, that's what we wanted to do now. Which allows us to, well, when we get a chance, we'll do some more research. We could do that to deal with some of the elements, but I think we're going to continue to balance things out. Let's come over here and do the first Vienna Award. Oh no, we got, yeah, that's... Hey, Extreme Finger, good to have you here. Yeah, but you realize that right now we are in 50% economic fatigue, and I just don't see the economic fatigue for Germany in 1938. I just don't see it. Everything that I've read a bunch, and I've not read everything, but everything that I've read, I don't see German economic fatigue in 1938. I just don't see it. And not that. I see, because I have to look at it from what it was under Weimar and its improvements starting, from 33 to 36 is then when the game starts. I just don't, I see economic, improvement, not fatigue getting worse and worse as time goes on, because that's the way this game is. It's constantly getting worse. And I just don't see it. I see improvement. So it just seems, it's World Ablaze, yes. Can you say again? Yes. World Ablaze. Thanks, Toy. It's around 30 around 40 when you start. Yeah. And I just don't see economic fatigue for Germany. I think I don't know if Unknown watches TIK, because TIK, the YouTuber, if you don't know who I'm talking about, he's very much of a probably Austrian economics type free market kind of guy. He's very, very, very pro markets. And he talks about some of the German economic problems, and there were some, most assuredly some. But with anything like this, you have to do compared to what? How is this a fracturing economy? When you look back and you see still much of Europe, and why the hell did the Sudetens want to so badly get in with Germany? Why did the Austrians want to? Because there was an economic miracle going on in Germany, and these people were not part of it, okay? Austria, as far as I understand, was not doing great, and it's why they supported Anschluss. They see Germany as a rip-roaring, vigorous economy, and they're still sort of in limbo, if you will. And so I just don't see it. I see that, and I will agree with him. If we continue the civilian, or continue the peacetime economy the way it was being done by 1946, 48, yeah, we'd start having it. but not now. I just don't see this. I just don't see this level of deterioration. I do not see, also in America, economic fatigue during World War II of any significant amounts. I see in Germany war fatigue, you know, whether it's casualties on the front lines or cities being bombed or whatever. I see that. And yeah, maybe starting late 44, early 45, because of the total of Krieg, the total war, really starting to creep in. But I see much more of an economic fatigue from Germany of importing labor from various countries that and various levels of enforcement. Everything from slave labor to, you know, come work in Germany, get better pay and better rations than working in the Netherlands, you know, truly volunteer, truly, you know, just incentivized labor coming in, you know, to the other extreme being slave labor, meaning it there's the whole spectrum in between all of that going on. That causing more economic fatigue or disruption or whatever you want to call it, because it doesn't matter whether it's called fatigue or disruption or whatever. That is immaterial. And so I see that, and I just see Germany as basically an economic miracle that would, because it is to a point a Ponzi scheme. The whole, and we have it here. The whole scheme for, what am I, Centralized Army, don't they, Reichsbahn, organization to, Volkswagen scheme here. Yeah, the whole Volkswagen, I went to the KDF because it is sort of a KDF scheme. The whole Volkswagen Ponzi scheme was that starting in about, I don't know, was it 36 or 37 or whatever, you could start buying Volkswagen automobiles, but they didn't even have a factory yet. I mean, they were doing some prototypes. Ferdinand Porsche was, doing some prototypes. But what it was is sort of like, and when I was a kid, they had these blue chip stamps. I won't go into too much, but is that you could pay, the idea of like $5 a week, and you get a stamp and you put it into this book. And as you'd filled up the book, once you filled up the book, you can get a Volkswagen. Well, in no practical sense that any economic person that I've ever seen that's looked into this, that by the time that everybody's books were being filled up, they weren't going to have the cars available. Oh, they'd have a factory going. They would be pumping them out by that point. But there would be like the demand for the cars would be 10 times the number of cars being made, because everybody was because they got a good jobs in the armament industry, or they got a good jobs in the railway industry, or whatever, and so they were putting I think there was 5 marks is what these stamps cost. And now you didn't have to do it 100% every week. If you had a tough week or whatever, you could skip a week or two. It just delayed when you'd get the car. And so you just filled up the book full of stamps. And everybody knew at the time that, the factory was being built. It was going to take a few years. And it was going to take a few years to fill this book up. But, it's selling it beforehand. Instead of building the car and then you taking out a loan and paying it off over time, you were, pre-ordering, to use our term. And so it was a complete Ponzi scheme. The government was going to collapse at some point. Now, how the National Socialist government was going to, do the song and dance and make everybody happy, I don't know. But there weren't going to be enough cars. Now, the main Volkswagen plant does come online, but builds Kubelwagens, which are just basically Volkswagen set up as a military Jeep-like thing. You're used to seeing from all the movies, the Kubelwagen. So it ends up being a useful military vehicle and a useful military plant, and they sort of stopped the scheme because hold on, we've got a war to fight. We're no longer selling the stamps. It'll be delayed. Keep your books. After the war, we'll start it back up. Blah blah blah. But yeah, after a while, all of this sort of German economic problems will come crashing down. but not in 38, not in 39, not in 40. And so I just don't see this. Because this is compared to what? You know, a base standard. Compared to what Britain was doing. America right now should be in. I don't know if we can easily look at this, but I don't know if it shows any of what. Oh, unstable economy, is that where they're at here? Oh man, America should be a whole lot worse than that if that's, because America is just, its economy is just stagnant in 38. It's the Great Depression. There are so many out of work people. Now, fortunately, what continues to make it so bad is all the government regulations and other government problems that are making the situation really bad. But they're also keeping people from starving. Yeah, but America's economy is stagnant at this point. And so compared to what? Germany's economy is doing so much better than America's at this point. I'm just not buying this as being a realistic situation here. Okay, how are we doing now? Oh. Gamer's talking too much when he should be attacking. Come on, you could help me out. You put one of these divisions as a support the attack kind of thing. Oh, you're even taking one division away. Oh, goody. And we're going to rush into here. I don't think we can get Madrid, but I think we can get an outskirts. Oh. He made it across the river. Improved radar, nice. Okay, here. Yeah, we're going to do 43 days, get more rubber. We are -4 on rubber. All those trucks need their tires. First Vienna Awards. Man, you could have attacked the guy that was down here and then he wouldn't have reinforced. Okay, so we just got the first Vienna Awards for Austria. Now we're due 42 days out of 120 to be able to take out Czechoslovakia, so we can't go down there yet at all. Let's do that. Okay, stop your attack there. Drive into there. Going after the city fighting isn't the best option. Here, they can come down and help support. Hopefully, even though we are not doing so well for, okay. Supplies, let's push into here. And now let's attack there. so that hopefully these guys over here join in my attack from the other side and we can cut off Madrid from the rest of Spain. Okay, we've got the BF 110 basic model, whatever, in the game here. Researched good. And we're going to get our oil fuel gain from refineries. 40 days, yes. Okay, now they're sort of joining in, it looks like. Or at least defending from... Okay, yeah, now they're definitely joining in. Okay, so we've got one more division helping us out here. Oh, another thing we need to do is, which I haven't, I know. Okay, we have a bunch of these air doctrines that we can do here. Yeah, we're going to do dive bombing. Interception. Air superiority, I think that'll be the more competitive one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, get through all of those bonuses. Here, well, enable targeting, mining efficiency. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, that reminds me, I want to... Oh, it's not going to let me do one down there. Okay, even it's sort of kind of says it would. Cruisers, frigates, destroyers. Okay, and I think we will spend damage control. Land doctrines, what can we, should we, okay. I like Conf Group A, let's do that. soft attack. We'll do that. Oh, it's not letting me down to there. Okay, sometimes I wish I knew that. Better knew. Okay, they want me to get to here first, I guess. Heart attack, defense. We'll do heart attack. Bonuses. There we go. Regain your organization. Join the attack again. Okay, well, you know what we're going to do is we're going to move this because I'm seeing here attrition is super high, so we're going to fall out and leave the infantry there to hold that, and maybe we'll come around here and pick it up from the other side. Okay, we still have the fate of Czechoslovakia, about 60 days away. So about 3 of these 21-day decisions. And we can produce more factories. Let's take a quick look at radar. They're still building that one. Okay. Well, let's do that. Right, okay, well, we're doing that, so we're going to wait a bit on more research. Where's our tanks? They're hanging around here. Maybe should have put them on. Okay, we can do Panzer Expert. That would be good. And we could do Combined Arms. Improved rubber processing, very good. How much? Okay, 4 days. We'll wait the 4 days. Come on, get across the mountains. I see that's tough. There we go. Now, we're gonna Let's see, currently we have a positive now on rubber, but we will have a negative eventually as we continue to... Oh, pause. Yeah, let's do this. Monowitz Buno works. Okay, now. Let's first do some of these. Those are very far in the future. Let's see about... We're almost to 39. Should we just wait a few days? Yeah, we should just wait a few days. Let's get to 39. Okay, now that you're here, you get up there. Remember, we were massively being hit by bad supply in here. Now, whoop, we got that very quickly. Obviously, they had already defeated them by that point. No, down here. So you need to take that. Take Toledo. There we go. That way we have a supply hub, I believe. Let's drive over there. Okay, build more factories. And yes, January 1st. Okay, so before we start running out of wasted time here, research. Got that, good. Might just want to make cheaper subs. Let's see. Approved logistical company, that would be useful. Hello, Holiday Punch. Oh, well, we're working there. And it didn't go down until early 39. That's about the right historical date. I think it was, what, April, March 39 that the rest of Czechoslovakia gets broken up? We've already got to Sudetenland, so we've done that bit. Yeah, it'll be a while, so let's research better Panzer IVs. Make Bisons. Well, we'll see about that, Arno. It's maybe not the best thing to do just yet, but maybe we should research. Let's take some of these railways so that we keep supply. I love that there's railways in the game now. In March 16th. Very good. Thanks, Holiday Punch. Yeah, I don't remember all the dates. I'm not the best at that. Okay, crush this last pocket. All right. 28 days, which will get more fuel gain from refineries, but we're pretty stocked up on fuel right now, so we'll need that. We will do that. It's just this is oh, we'll do that. The other thing I wanted to do, and I forgot to do, is I want to stop producing those after you get that one done. Now, we have new models of things. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Okay, get that sort of cleared out. Yeah, that one we will go over to that for just a minor disruption. Now D's and E's and A's. Well, let's, oh no, I want to come over here. I don't remember these well enough. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to see the new HE 111s until 42, so it would be worth. Sometimes they jump through so fast, I would rather just, like I skipped the B1 and went to the D1. So sometimes it's better to skip, I think. But this is going to be long enough. And whatnot, so we'll do that. Okay, we've got that pocket crushed. They've got this other pocket crushed. Let's come over to here, the railway links. Yes, Madrid is surrounded, and I don't want them to move their capital and move it to Valencia or some other place. So I'm wanting to crush a bunch of these forces while the capital is surrounded. At least that's my thoughts. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but that's my current thoughts on it. Okay, 3839, fire control system. Yeah, I hope it will work. I'm not sure it's the best, but I think it's a good plan. Yeah, no, we're gonna... So right now that's our radar, current radar coverage. Not very complete, but at least it's there. We're gonna have one more and we're gonna do some more, but let's... do that, but we're also going to come over here and take a quick look. Yes, we want to build the west wall, which is going to take 5 civilian factories. So we're going to do that. Well, we can. U.S. oil. We got plenty. We got more fuel than we know what to do with right now. Now, the other thing we're going to start building is 110s. 110s. Okay, how many? We don't have any. Okay, let's do 4 factory lines of that. Look over here. Well, we need more. Oh, we need more. God, that's getting bad. Okay. All right. That's getting bad. You drive down to there. We gotta build a lot more trains. Hello, Rhaegar. Yep, still the Spanish Civil War. But it's going pretty historical. It's 1939 and beginning of, and they're collapsing. So it's about historically set up. Now that should give us, oh, we're still working through it, I think. Okay. Yeah, okay, it's 78 days. U-boat effort, very good. Now what, the reason I stopped producing those destroyers is because I want to produce the Brimset class, because that can lay mines. I want to do some mine laying. Okay, we could do the fate of Czechoslovakia now. World tension increases, but I think it is the time. So we're slightly ahead of schedule. Yeah, they're about crushed in on Madrid. Okay, they're joining us in our Valencia fight finally. That's where most likely the capital will flee to if Madrid falls. And that's going to be a harder city fight than this is for my panzers. Okay, city. Now, on that, we have, we're currently building the Type 9s. So that is one of our better ones. Now I may also produce some shorter range ones that are a bit cheaper to produce. That's 9.911 and where this is 634, so they produce a bit quicker, but they'll be shorter ranged, so we'll see. But that's currently our best submarine long range class that we can produce. Okay, so we've got Valencia. Let's come up and help them, I guess. Take Madrid to put the war out of our misery. We're gaining, well, some urban assault specialty, I guess would be good. But the fate is check. Oh, pause. Okay. We'll put the squeeze on him. We're gonna okay, so let's look at this. If we take all of Czechoslovakia, okay, with 49, so we could take all of it. We lose, what's that, 100,000 manpower sort of for police. If we partition it with Hungary, we get a minor economic fatigue improvement. We set up puppet state. We still have 100,000 manpower. What was a puppet state use? Czechoslovakian goal to reduce cost of MIFO bills. Get to 10% reduction. Resource gain. All of that is because of the political power base down by 300 up here. No political power down here. This might be the most sensible one, but it doesn't reduce the economic fatigue by very much. I don't know why this one here, this one has such a heavy manpower as this. I don't know. The Czechs were rather compliant. They did not need to be heavily occupied like France did, or the Netherlands or something needed a lot more troops. But we'll go this way, do the historical thing. So, okay, so let's see, there we go. I'm still not. I know it was a Reich protectorate, but I don't know. I would more heavily integrate it into the German economy. Yeah, they got Konstantin von der Roth. Okay, let's look at this here. Okay, reintegrate former transport networks, promote National Socialism, develop the military police, local volunteers, national works. Once you get those done, 3 civilian factories in Upper Bohemia. Invite German settlers. Legitimize. Okay, well, those will take a long time. And I know these puppet states, protectorates. What is TOIJ? It's to simulate the transfer of forces of loading unit OOBs for the protectorate. Yeah. Well, now I think, let's see here. I thought we got a production line. See, because it was the Reich Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. But economically, for just about everything that, again, I can see. Hey, Extreme Finger, how you doing? Czech production of artillery, of rifles, of tanks. Just so much went straight into Germany. Sure, the recruitable population, everybody in Czechoslovakia had to design, or, in Czechia or whatever, had to decide whether they were German or Czech. That was your choice. If you couldn't really speak at all German, you couldn't be German. But if you could even speak fairly broken German and you wanted to declare you were German, they would accept you, basically. That's my understanding. So if oh yeah, one of my grandmothers was German or something, and you want to go, okay, you're German, and you sort of speak some German because there was a whole, I don't know, I'm going to just 10% or 20%, somewhere in that range, I believe, of people living in Prague at the time considered themselves German. They were sort of like the Sudeten Germans, but they were urbanites that for however many generations of the Austro-Hungarian Empire just lived in Prague. And they were part of the ruling... oh, it's going well. I'm still on my old PC because I'm loading in new programs. Just yesterday, I think it was, I got War Thunder installed on my new machine, and all that's going on. Hello, Beamslam. How you doing? So I'm having fun getting things organized up, but I just wasn't quite ready to use it to stream today. So... I don't know. I just don't see it. I know it was a protectorate. I just see it as much more integrated than any of the Well, no, I was, it's about as integrated as Luxembourg, which gets integrated into the Reich, and this bit of France here, Alsace-Lorraine, whatever you want to call this bit here, that gets integrated into the Reich. And it's as integrated into the Reich as sort of Danzig gets integrated into the Reich, and sort of these parts of Poland here get reintegrated back to the Reich. It's these other parts here that this I don't think really represents the general government, but maybe some of the provinces here, where this very much is the general government down here. So, I would say, the whole Danzig corridor area, and we could argue over, a particular province here, but this is, back into the Reich, but not as integrated, but here, this is fairly integrated back in to it. I will put it, when I upgrade, Extreme Finger, I will put it, if you scroll down here currently, you'll see my current the video card. The video card, if you look at Kit's name, because it's going to be called Kit or Kit 2, my new PC. The only thing really wrong with the current specs for the one I'm currently playing is the RTX 30 Ti. That's in my new machine. I've gone back to my old graphics card, but I'll do the same thing for this once I get it up and streaming, so you can see my stats, just so you know what I'm playing and streaming, and how good things are running or not. Mostly they will be running good, but just so that you know. But yeah, we will do that. So, because I really think, and then of course, the Reich Commissariats, the general government, which is basically a Reich Commissariat, and then the Reich Commissariats of Ukraine and Belarus, they weren't integrated. They weren't like, so I would just make this part of Germany. I just would. I look at things like, and I know people talk about, they somehow, and I've yet to see, they somehow sabotaged the development of the Hetzer tank, the Czechs did. I don't know, I'd love to somebody you could point it out, how the design of the Hetzer, I'm not talking about workplace sabotage, I'm talking about like the design of it. How did they design the Hetzer tank badly? That could have been done better within the parameters of that. So you have the Czechs, the whole 38T production line history of setting that up. You have that. From the 38T to, the Martyr 3 to the Hetzer and some of the other variants along there. They even designed an armored personnel carrier based on it. Really cool stuff. They produce a bunch of German artillery, and even produce probably about the war's best 105 millimeter artillery piece. Just in about 1945, design it never gets really into production, I don't think, because again, it's sort of 1945. You have an aircraft industry. They find that when they take over the Czech aircraft industry in March 39, the German evaluation of the prototype, I forget the model fighter, it wasn't enough better than the current BF 109, the Messerschmitt 109, enough better to set up or to have two different production aircraft So it was better than the 109, but not enough better to make it. So they just basically turned the a lot of the Czech aircraft production just into making components and whatnot for the 109, if I'm not mistaken, or it could be some other aircraft. I'm not 100% up on that. And it is really only once the war really starts do they look at the Focke-Wulf 190, and the main reason they do that is because it has the I keep saying not a rotary engine, but it has the not the not because rotary is slightly later. It's not an inline engine. It's the cylinder heads are in a circle. Sorry, blanking on the term I'm looking for. And which uses different production techniques, and the Germans could produce a bunch of those engine types. So they went with the two basic models, finally the 190 and the 109, and kept them in. But that's only after radial. That's it. Thanks. Toy jet, yeah, radial engine. Went to a radial engine design, and that's a different production method, turning out those radial engines than inline engines. And they had radial production lines already set up, so just changing it. So having those two basic models was a good enough reason to have two models of fighters at that point, but it really isn't, until that point that they do. So there's a lot of, and so Czechs are actively going to various production designs, improvements. They're producing huge numbers of rifles for Germany, so I would really just put it all as German. Yeah, the Hetzer was even used by Switzerland. Yes, absolutely, Beam Slam. I didn't know it was till the 80s, probably in very, very reserve units by that point, but yeah. Hetzer was very useful aircraft. Yeah, Arno. Okay. So, yeah, so you're looking at that. I see more integration, and because again we're just trying to, we're not so much hung up, I'm not being hung up on labels, and that this was the Reich Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, and Konstantin van der Roth was the Reich Protector of it, but functionally I would say it was highly integrated. Right, let's look. Well, we got a lot to do. Let's do formation of the Panzerwaffe. Okay, okay, so here we go. Capture the tank industry or newly acquired control over Czechs, incorporate good, excellent. So we add technology, add a production line of 38Ts, add a bunch of stockpiles of 38Ts, 35Ts, 34. In essence, okay, research finished. Now, good. And we also need to build the air defense, west wall air defense zone. Get that going, so because this one is 57 days left, we want to get that going before too long. Okay, so right. Okay, so we got that 38 T's. This is all coming in from there. Well, one thing we need to do is more trains. Let's do 4 more production lines and trains. What else do we need? Lots of trucks still. Hopefully that basically doubling of trains will, well, more than doubling of trains will help us out. Trucks. Yeah. We have to reactivate some steel mines. Yeah, just fighters. We need lots of fighters. Even though we may not have huge. Okay, didn't I see? Okay, now we're caught up on bombers. Well, we're doing pretty good. What's, okay, infantry equipment with all of our captures, including Czechoslovakia. Artillery. All right. Yeah, we have that. Okay, good. I think just motorization. I know it's not sexy like more tanks would be, but okay, we need lots of open up more core steel mills. Hello, Plastic Gangsta. Has been a little while since I've said hi to you. This does look deep. You have a map on map trains and different pieces of real equipment. I love the general portments. I have to say I like everything but the sprites. Dummy. Yeah. Well, okay. I tell you, people. I know I've talked about this, and probably nobody is going to watch this. It would be the person to do it. They did eventually let us know that they made a 3D style counter like in Hearts of Iron 3. But since they went with a 3D map, it just looked really bad. Because like you can see, this guy's legs are cut off. It looked really bad. So if somebody actually went out and produced, and I would do it on the base, base map, but not anything, but produced a 2D map, a flat map that, graphically wise, and set that up as an alternative. And I'm not the most influential guy out there, trust me, I know this, but I will really try to twist their arms into releasing the old style counters that would have, so when they're training, a little cogwheel or whatever would, sort of like we're seeing here, because that's guy training, I think, here, would show up and whatnot. And so we would have that style of counters back if there was a flat map. It needs to be a flat map. Yeah, well, I mean, this has pseudo-NATO counters, but get rid of, just sort of combine it all, put it back to that. But what it takes, and I understand their point is, because like it would probably be under this mountain or something the way it would work. So it just looked ugly and they didn't do it. So if somebody were to take the time and produce a global, flat map, that had some sort of flat representation for mountains and plains and jungles and deserts and whatnot, and you could even make it so that it just was, player side map change, and not, so it'd still be like multiplayer compatible. but just design up and put a flat map and create all flat versions of these buildings. So when you put, you know, a bunker on it, it's just a flat bunker, you know, a flat image. Yeah, a terrain-specific 2D map, but also with things like this. Now, the trains that are on the map that you see, these are just, this isn't a real train right here. These are just sort of represent where the supplies are going, but the rails are real and effective on the map. So there isn't like a specific train running here like it is in Railway Empire, just showing where supplies are being moved. Yeah, but a flat Earth would be better. See, the big problem with a flat Earth is how does Japan get over to attack Hawaii? You know, they can't get across the flat Earth. So yeah, if we had a good flat map, we could probably talk them into releasing what we call sort of NATO or traditional counters. But that's what it would take to do it. But no one's done it yet. No one's cared enough about it yet. So pool some money and hire an artist to do it. I don't know. I'll contribute to it if somebody's doing it, actually setting that up. But I'm not going to fund the whole thing or even most of it. But I would contribute $100 to it. Because that's how bad I want it done. Yeah, we'll research mortars here. Hey, Starstreak, how you doing? So we've almost got Spain crushed. Oh, join this attack again. Well, it only has edges at the top and the bottom. It's a cylinder map. It's not flat, it's a cylinder. It's not global. Well, I think he's mistaken. The big match is on next Saturday. Is when, okay, we got a new version. Now this is a shorter range but cheaper submarine. Yeah, we got to get rid of the 3D graphics and go to it. But yeah, this is a cylinder map. It's not a globe, but it is a cylinder. Okay. I do like the way this is handled because we're now producing 6 of these a week. Where those are 2 and those are 1 a week, so we're cranking those out. What do I want more of? What do I want more of? See, right now we've got lots of trucks coming. Hopefully that'll be enough. Trains we got. Well, let's overproduce on trains maybe for now. Endless Earth. Yeah, next Saturday is going to be the starting of it. I doubt we're going to get to any real fighting other than maybe Spain or something. It'll take a few days or a few play sessions to get to World War II, I'm sure. Okay, well, I think we will end this episode here. I want to thank you all for liking the videos. If you have, thanks for making it this far. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, I'll tell you about the new session coming up, the big match here. Yeah, it's a multiplayer. Okay, we're going to be doing this. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron 4, and one of the important reasons to be looking at it, that is the Saturday coming up if you're watching this when this is released, because we will be playing a big multiplayer match, starting one, with a bunch of people from Team G. I will be playing as Germany. I will continue this series, but it won't be made live. It'll just be made and then episodes released. So if you want to catch it live, we will be doing the live version, and then later we will put it up on YouTube so you can watch it in segments. But we will have a Soviet player, a British player, an American player, a German, a Japanese, and an Italian players. We have one guy who doesn't feel confident in wanting to manage a major power, and so he's going to assist probably Britain and America, depending on which. America obviously is starting up before it gets in the war, just as like a single player. And I don't know if we're going to have any other small players like Romania or anything, but we've currently got, I think, 7 people playing. So you can join us Saturday for that if you like. But everyone here, now I hope it's popular with viewers. That is going to be the thing that really tells the tale. So if you want to watch the series, please do watch it. And smash the like button and whatnot, so that we continue the series and not just end it, because there's no point in making a series and releasing it if you guys aren't interested in watching. What other cool items should we produce more of? Oh, that's one thing I'm not producing is half tracks. Now, in 1939, March of 1939, I think they had less than 100 of these things. And so by the time the war, the invasion of the West, they have some, but it ain't much. Yes, this time, Plastic Gangster, starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time, which is approximately 2.5 hours ago, is when we will start the live stream. So if you want to catch it at the beginning and through this time, and that's when we're going to be doing it. So I probably will not have, well, I'm sure I won't have as much time to chat with viewers, because I will be trying to, why is he down to just commanding 2 divisions? I know he got armor expert, but max size down by 4, right? So was he originally just 6 divisions? That seems awfully small. I know I could promote him at some point, but Alexa to remind me. Okay. Thanks, Plastic Gangster. Because we will be, I'm sure we'll be pausing. I'm sure we'll take our time, but we will be, with all the people playing, try to keep the flow going. So I don't know clock speed, peace versus war versus whatever, but and the whole point is, of course, is to make a good TV show, if you will, not to necessarily win or make the best. Okay, Arno wants the bison or that, so we'll research that for Arno. Is not like Italy pursues closer bonds with Germany. Okay, non-aggression pact, accept. Okay, good. Well, could do this, but this looks like it mostly helps us Germany build an aircraft carrier. I'm not interested in an aircraft carrier. Not that it wouldn't be cool, it just, what am I going to do with it? could go after Memel. Now, I will say, and I know Germany is the driver to the start of the war. And I've told the players that generally speaking, things need to be a plausible for like starting wars. You know, America doesn't get to, I don't know, invade Mexico or something. Now, generally speaking, we're going to have the war start, but the war may not start in September or whatever of, you know, late or September or October or whatever of 39. It might start the beginning of 1940, just because why start it and then have the, you know, just sit here for a while with, you know, no real fighting on the Western Front or whatever. But it won't be radically different. And roughly around 41, we'll be talking about a Soviet invasion, you know, Germany invading the Soviet Union. So it won't be on the exact time scale or, you know, clock for Germany rolling into nations, but and the other players have the right to call me on something if they think Germany is doing something very unrealistically historically, and going, oh, Germany would never have done X, and they can call me on that if they wish. But generally, but once the war gets started, if they want to, you know, do a 1942 invasion, Normandy invasion in 1942, they would be allowed to do that. The one big thing is, I don't know how we're going to handle it, is Japan and the Soviet Union. The big problem is if we say Japan can't attack the Soviet Union, the Soviet player can grab up all of these divisions that are over here and ship them to the Western Front. Well, the Soviets never did that, which would have, of course, helped the Soviet Union out because they were worried about Japan doing that. So I don't, you know, if they don't keep, and I don't know how we could easily check on that, but if they don't keep a force out here, maybe Japan does get to attack. But if they do keep a force out here, Japan can't attack. So, because I don't. But, you know, I would lift that restriction if, say, Moscow, Leningrad, and Stalingrad have fallen. Well, then maybe Japan would have. But again, all of that would be something that we would talk about. And yeah, I know it does sort of give warnings, but we can talk about that instead of just doing it and trying to surprise the other players. Let's see. Those portraits off the scale. The ones recognized actually look like themselves well. Most of those are, most of the division portraits, not the division. The divisions are actually just generic, but most of the list, most of these are modded in. That's not. But you'll notice that's sort of correct. I went round and round with them and they go, well, look, here's a picture of a German officer's cap with all gold on it. And then I pulled up a picture of an SS. They have an SS officer with all gold. And it's always silver for an SS officer. But most of the time, it's mixed colors like you see sort of here. There's a lot more silver on it than gold, but there are some that do have it. Most of the wreaths and the eagles are silver. So trying to argue with these guys who want to claim things, and I'm telling them what it was historically. But yeah, it's actually pretty good. So what they're doing is they're taking historical photos and sort of creating those images. I don't know how much AI or various things are used in it. Okay, I think it's time to do this, even though it's going to bump up our thing because we need to continue to push down here. Well, no, maybe here. No, we're going to do here. Like you say, we're going to do that. Yeah, say Japan declared war with Americans. That would be a possibility or a good statement. It just we want to make sure that the Soviet player doesn't feel entirely able to ignore the boundaries, or the needing to protect its Eastern Front. Okay, so hopefully these things will get built. These are here to sort of mitigate Goering's destroying factories. And currently we are building the west wall lines and air defense zone, 70 days. Well, guys, it's not so much being the best player of a country. It's just playing and having fun. Come on, like I say, the thing that's important is to do a good TV show, not to be the best, the most victorious or whatever. Okay, so we can do this for 100% off. But see, I don't need to worry about bomb damage right yet, but I'm more worried about production growth efficiency right in this moment. And, oh, wait a minute. We're doing, okay, now let's take a quick look over here. Liquefaction, production, and cold rich grants. I'm just seeing if there's one of these that gives research, synthetic research, but that'll be a while. Okay, how long is this? Oh, that's a long time. We'll wait till one of the bonuses happens there. Okay, we've got our tanks fairly well researched. Those are way in the future. Oh, flak panzer. I don't care about the flak panzer. Let's do that. And we'll spend a little bit to do it faster. Okay, how does this mod use the officer core tab? Okay, well this here comes here, and we can see their version of the, I don't know, you want to call it tech tree or doctrine tree, I guess would be the appropriate one. And then the naval, if that's what you're considering, and then the air versions is what they've set up. So that's what they've set up to do for that. Now, oh, we could have, should have. Okay, we've got most of the. See this, we don't need rocket scientist. I mean, yeah, or Heisenberg. We may do that someday just to fill that up. Okay, Brauhitsch, Reich now. +1 division attack, +1 division speed. Well, let's do the historical division speed. Military high command. Planning speed, max planning. Well, I don't use too much planning. May do it for that. Okay. Von Kleist. Okay, so you got motorized, mechanized, mobile attacks. That would be good. So let's go with that. And Yodel, okay, W planning speed. Let's go with infantry genius here, so all of our infantry divisions will attack and defend better. What plastic gangster? You did say that you can call players acting blatantly out of character. We know that Stalin didn't remove any troops from the east until Moscow was threatened in Typhoon. Well, actually, my understanding currently, plastic gangster, is he didn't remove any troops out from the east at all, period. My understanding is, and that's what I was told too in growing up and watching documentaries, and is that they shifted the force out of the east for, when Moscow's threatened, that then it ended up being used in the winter counteroffensive. My understanding now is all of those forces were forces that were back here that were training up. They moved Zhukov from an eastern command and gave him this command. And then that is what comes, but not moving troops. So that's my understanding, is they never moved substantial forces from here and sent them here. I'm not saying there wasn't a trickle. I'm not saying, because we do know there was a trickle, but these mostly stayed. The forces. I think they moved more manpower, so it were moved from the east, but not from. Okay, yeah. Hello, MMDB. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is they were from either like here or maybe east of the Urals, but they weren't the guys past Lake Baikal. They weren't the guys out here that were moved, or the units that were out here. There's probably some personnel, like, hey, give us 10% of your people, from a battalion or a division or whatever, and put them on trains and send them to, as replacement soldiers. I think, notice my language, I think that kind of stuff happens, because that way because there was lots of casualties going on. But I think the units stayed, and they locally recruited and tried to keep up its strength. So that's my understanding of the situation currently, and it can change. It's just what I know, watching a guy playing with Japan, small guy, but he's also an abo for gamer. Okay, I don't know exactly that. Or perhaps they cannot withdraw more than 20%. Yeah, I just don't know how we call them on it, because without cheating to look at it. Yeah, I agree, MMDB. Yeah, look into it. That's what I was taught too. Watching if you noticed, I used the logos from the World at War series, because it's sort of the flaming logo, World Ablaze and all. That's what I was taught too. But I think it's the Western historians or whatever are conflating Zhukov, who was the commander out here, who did defeat the Japanese at Khalkhin Gol and a few other battle zones, wherever Khalkhin Gol is, right around in here. They moved him and like his staff, to the west, but not so much all of the units. That's yeah. Since access to the archives and stuff, yeah. Oh, things have changed. Bo is German for subscription. Sorry. Oh, okay. Niagara. Yeah, my German is shaky at best. I know a few words here and there, as you know, but not to like speak it. So yeah, no, that's my current understanding, and I can change my understanding, Plastic Gangster, because I definitely was on the shifting forces from the East. And I still, again, commentary. All information on the Soviet Union is based on lies, okay? It's all lies. Because they lied to themselves as well as lying to the outside world. They did not, if there was a... If the bill of lading said that there's 100 tons of steel showed up and there's only 80 tons of steel, you don't want to admit that you didn't get the right steel, because you'll be the one blamed for a saboteur or a black marketeer or something, because you must have stolen the steel, because the train delivery guy will swear up and down that he delivered all 100 tons of it, when he only picked up 80 tons because the steel refinery only made 80 tons, though they were scheduled to make 100 tons. It's all lies, the whole thing. Now, it's not, and so they were lying to themselves. And then, of course, they want to lie to the outside world about things, too. So it's all lies. I'm not saying we can't sort of, through the fog, trying to create some idea of what history was, but it's all lies dealing with the Soviet Union. Where the Germans were meticulous record keepers wherever they could. Now, then we have big fogs of war. I mean, beyond just the fog, the confusion of war, is Germany destroys so many records because the war is ending. They're just destroying records all the time. In late 44, early 45, as well as bombing, fire bombings of cities that are destroying records. So huge amounts of records for Germany get destroyed, as well as, of course, the Soviets grab up, because some of the research, some battles that we hardly knew of in the West, I forget some of the stuff, but significant battles that happened on the way to Stalingrad that have never been really talked about in the West, that have come about because, and in some recent history books, I'm saying like in the last 5 or 10 years, is because people have gone in and looked at the records in Moscow or wherever they're being stored, because the Soviets capture a bunch of German, records, not just in this, Stalingrad, but around here when they break up. They capture all these records, the German records of the battles, that never get sent back to Germany. So there's, a few hundred tanks on a few hundred tanks at some battle that we would, look at, not as big as, of course, the Battle of Kursk is like the big tank battle of the war. So it's not necessarily like that big, but significant battles that have never really been examined because the Soviets never really talked about it, and the German records, much of them, disappeared, either destroyed or were captured by the Soviets, and the Soviets never shared them with anybody because, one, they lost, so they don't want to have the black eye of losing. So there's lots of records that are still out there that that historians have not gone in and looked at and examined and photocopied or photographed or put in books that we can read, and other historians can have access to them and reevaluate things. There's still a lot about World War II. I'm not even talking about like the big things that we released, the whole Enigma codes that we knew back, that was in the 80s, I guess it was. So that was a big change in understanding of the war. So there's still a lot, especially the eastern side, of understanding the war that we don't really know about. Actually remember pictures of well-equipped Mongoloid troops with winter gear and skis and stuff marching in lines around Moscow. In fact, those pictures I remember may even be from World at War. They very well could be. And I'm not saying there weren't Mongol units, but did they come from here? Or were they the units that were sitting along the Manchukuo border? Whatnot. So Well, what I'm saying, yeah, but Russia didn't want to show the international records the way. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Ragnar, is they lied to themselves. So nothing is correct with the Soviet information. It's all just lies. Now maybe small lies, may not all be big lies, but it's lies. It was. I get some of this stuff, and they went and examined. It was a book dealing with Hitler and sort of Stalin, and looking at the Eastern Front, and how they were, how they have to they can't believe even Soviet documents about themselves. So that if you have, the mere fact that you find some Soviet records that say tank factory number 5 produced, 50 tanks in a particular month, don't take that as being a correct record, because they were assigned to make 50 tanks that month, and by God, the record was going to show that they made 50 tanks, because the tank manager didn't either want to be, the factory didn't want to be shot or put into the gulags. So he signed off that he delivered 50 tanks. Now, he may have just delivered 49. Now, he isn't going to deliver 51, because he'll save that for next month in case there was an oopsie in, supply production. So if he overproduced, he'll hold that back until the next month. And so, maybe just 48 tanks. Maybe once in a while it actually does hit the exact goal of 50, but you can't trust it. You just can't trust it. That's why things are changing. So, access NKVD, although they had no interest in changing told the truth there. Yeah, as Beam Slam is saying, a bunch of those archives that had been open, and even before the Ukraine war really broke out, had already been closed, my understanding. And some of the stuff is just badly filed, my understanding. Some of the people were going through Russian archives boxes were just mislabeled, and so they were thinking they were going to get a box about some Soviet division. They ended up getting a box full of German records, of some German division or something. It's just that that Soviet division captured these German records, and so it's part of the 5th Guard Division or something. Well, it's just the 5th Guard Division's records had a few boxes of German records that they captured or something, and it just mislabeled, mishandled. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and send those tanks without seats and stuff. Yeah, there's all kinds of things going on. So since we are, trying to reverse engineer history here with wargaming, it's sort of important, but we have to make guesses. Okay, right now we have, let's see, support tanks, medium tanks, lots of light tanks, because we're including the Czech tanks as light tanks. Okay. Interesting. Now. Okay, so here some of our more recent divisions have all Czech tanks. Let's look at an older division here that's been around for a while. Okay, they have a lot of Czech tanks and some Panzer IIs. This is Guderian's 1st division, the second one that goes to Spain and the one that he brings back. Okay, so mostly we've gone over to 38Ts. Now, let's check this division here, the 2nd Panzer Division. Okay, so not a whole lot of Panzer Is are currently being in use. No, here. Now, I don't think any of our templates use these tanks here. Panzer IIIs and IVs. our biggest deficiency is in motorization right now. So if we were to do that, we need 200 medium tanks. And that's, you know, through all of our divisions. We only have 81. Reset. And if we come infantry support tanks, which are the Panzer IVs, again 200. So they're doing pretty well in that we have 38 Ts and 35 Ts, and those should be fairly. What are they still equipped as? No, he got his stuff before the. Okay, he still has Panzer Is and lots of Panzer IIs, and just some replacements. It's interesting that these are, I guess, our German production versions versus captured production. I don't know, but okay. Breakdown again. Russians considered it was detrimental to Russian people's memory of the Great Patriotic War, but we had access for about 5-6 years after the fall. Yes, a lot of useful things came out of history. Correct base. I think 1/3 of the German tank forces in the invasion of France was, well, it was 2 divisions basically, if I remember correctly. I think it was the 6th and the 7th, or it was the 7th and the 8th. The 7th Panzer Division was Rommel's, and that was, I believe, 38 Ts. But I think it was basically 2 divisions worth of tanks. I could be. I'm weakest on just remembering some of these numbers. But I'd happily do the invasion of, you know, Fallgelb with Czech tanks. Those were reasonably good. Yeah, because the Panzer IV is a better tank in that it is a 5-man tank, just better designed, better functionally, and they had very, very few. I mean, you know, Panzer III, if I said Panzer IV, Panzer III is a better tank than the Czech tank, but it's running approximately the same gun. It is a slightly different 33mm gun, but it's approximately the same. And the short-barreled Panzer IV without the later heat rounds don't penetrate armor as well as the the 37mm does. It does penetrate it, but not as well. So, but there were very few Panzer IVs for the invasion of France. So it should not be too bad. Yeah, I think we just need to keep pumping out factories here. Okay, another factory coming online. So we're finally getting half tracks produced. Okay, let's look for any. Okay, so a lot of these are just because some divisions have come online. So they recently had a big hit. Trains, and I think we're catching up because it was a bunch more. We're getting more. I don't need to overstack a line of production. So what sort of... Okay, let's do that. All right, well, let's get, let's reactivate. Oh, we don't, okay. We don't have enough iron to reactivate, but okay, we're merging steel industries, steel mills. I don't want to close that. All right. Okay, so we can develop coal mines, iron mines here. This will take 10 civilian factories for however many days. That would be, well, this looks like it would be 60 days. This looks like it would be better to do to get more coal or more iron, rubber. Research. Oh, I haven't been playing the spy game well at all. Okay, rubber won't be a while until we get more of that, so we may need to import, but boy, yeah, let's import it while we can. Rommel's division was, yeah, Rommel's Czech tanks. I think they're the 30 ATs. It was predominantly the in the invasion of Czechoslovakia. It was predominantly the Czech tanks. They may have had some Panzer IVs. Okay. Yeah, that's just super way in advance. Currently, the biggest problem with doing this now is it's going to take that up for 240 days, and I'm full of fuel now. So if I produce more fuel now, it doesn't help me at all, because it just spills out onto the ground in essence. And I could build more silos, but that's not what we're talking about here. Let's see, what aircraft should I do? I'm waiting for one of the national focuses that will help out there. $203 days for better. Yeah, let's do that. Merge steel industries. Well, good. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try to regain, or whatever, some bits of Lithuania. Basically that. Whatever's there. What should I do with spying? Most of these take more agents than I have, and I've not really built them up. I don't know. Probably help me out more than I think, but I'm going to ignore that for now. You can show me Japan advance in China? Certainly. So this is how it's going here. This is a, I guess, a Chinese nationalist faction here. So Japan has not been able to keep the peninsula. They've got there, and they've got a bit along the coastline here. And they're sort of holding up at Mijang, or however you pronounce that. And this is their sort of puppet, this is their puppet state. They're sort of using the earlier 1920s version of the flags for the puppet state, it looks like. But yeah, you as a human could probably do better. You could probably take down this Shandong military government. And I think this happened so bad because I think early on it was doing better up in here. I think sort of the AI not having any units in reserve and partisans broke out or something, I think. Yes, I understand everyone's training up more than I'm training up for playing. So you're probably people who are going to watch the multiplayer, probably going to see Germany crushed because everybody's training up. Oh, Japan will probably do fine, and Italy, well, I don't know. Ari will try hard, I think, because he's a smart person and all, but I think it's still Italy and it'll get crushed. But we will see how this goes. Yes, Extreme Fingerer. Okay, well, we don't really need to occupy the Czech border anymore. You guys come over to here. Okay, this general here. All right, that's you. Let's put you on trains and come to there. You come to there. And you come to there. I think we'll just march you guys to here. Well, maybe you'll get on trains, get a bit further away. Just march to there. And you need to come to there. Now, all of them. Let's see. We're gonna put you under on the Rundstedt, who should be commanding in the east here. Well, you guys come there. Well, hopefully that'll be enough with the Panzer forces to take Poland. So let's grab all of you and let's send you up to see about visiting Arno eventually up here in the west. He's grinding experience here in Spain, but I'm not trying to grind it. See, this is the problem with, I mean, really, by now there should be an event popping up that says, this is all you got, surrender. Just force a surrender here at this point. Once you got enough of the victory hexes everywhere else, Madrid should just surrender. They couldn't survive. Food and other things would just be too much of a problem. Right. Okay, now that we're all here, let's... Well, let's just start up here at the top and work our way down. systematically. Worker. There we go. Now these guys, we're going to move them down here, have a little bit more unified command situation. Okay, bigger cannons. You come up to here, Wilhelmshaven. All right. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Okay, first off, let's early convert over to the Pack 38, which will put a massive hit, but we, if I'm not mistaken, I may be, but yeah, we've got lots of anti-tank, so we can afford that hit. Now take it. Now the 150 millimeter gun. We can also look here. We've got a lot of those, so we might as well take the hit now, however big it will be, and go to a better gun. Now I've been told red. Okay, this shouldn't be so big of a hit. Let's see. Well, bigger hit than I thought it was going to be. I know it was already, well, maybe not so much because it's about equal to that. Yeah, let's continue to try to get, I think some of these take a bit long in getting skilled up in production of things. So, okay, so right now, Guderian can have a bunch more divisions, but let's get Panzer Expert, okay, and Combined Arms Expert, all right, to him. That radically reduces down the number of divisions. We're finding out. I would agree with having it less, but I think Rommel down at 2 divisions is somehow a bit way too little. I'm not exactly sure if there's other, if you will, mitigating factors there. All right, so now let's form another armored corps. Come up here. Yeah, von Manstein looks like a good person for that. Oh, oh wow, he's already gone over. Okay, well, unassign him. He's already down at 2. That seems awfully small. Okay. Well, I guess these guys are just gonna go to Guderian then. I mean, yeah, I know. Look, I know there were a lot of divisional commanders at the battle for the Battle of France. These guys were, but the way this game works, you now finally, fortunately, they did return commanding officers, but they're all generic. And what this sort of does is you earn this sort of like the other commanders in combat. It can earn traits. You go fight them in the snow forever, they'll become a better snow division commander. You go fight them in North Africa, they'll become better desert commanders. Whatever. Okay, good. That's a little bit better. I really wish you could then switch them around. You can't. Still better than nothing, but it is still sort of, quite honestly, nothing. Now, do we have Von Kleist? Where's Von Kleist in here? Or is it because... Okay, okay, let's look here. Let's look at this here. We need to promote him. If we're going to use him as historically. Yeah, level 4. So I'm going to take 20 of these command points, and maybe we should have been using them up instead of letting it get too big. Now we can come over here and, what did we lose? Guderian? Oh, I probably misclicked something. Okay, well, Von Kleist. Now here, back Guderian. There we go. Guderian will take a while. I know, but we don't care because you're not going to be doing anything for a while. What? Is it possible to research infrared light? I'm not sure. This game occupies my heart like French occupation. Yes. I don't. I mean, it could be a technology in there. I'm not sure. I think it would be under here. Not really here. Maybe they have night fighting equipment. Oh yes, here we are. Night Vision 1, Night Vision 2. I guess is what you're talking about here. Now this is night operation penalties, land night attacks. Yeah, so there is a version of that. Here, I know that they have existed at times. So and that was very much one of the things the Germans did eventually. Okay, so we have a corps commander here. Oh, we need to be put under him as well. Now, if we... Okay, reassert Eastern claims. Memo folds, excellent. Okay. So we've got this with another civilian factory. Hooray. Okay, we're not doing that just yet. It's still a bit early, and like I say, we may be a bit late to it historically timed. So this is one thing. Now I know we have to get this one, this one, this one, and this one to be able to get Speer eventually, and we do want to get Speer eventually. Factory output and all that. So now some of these you can't do until the war starts, but we have to do some of the, previous. Okay, that would 300 research. And yeah, we'll do this next. No, that's what I want. right, let's do more Panzer IIIs. No. I know I'm switching around. Let's do more aircraft. It'll take a while to catch up there, but now aluminum. Okay. We can, I think, increase our okay, activate core aluminum. We need more bauxite. Which means we can come down here and explore Corinthia bauxite mine. So we get 20 bauxite. Uses 20 factories though. For how long? Well, okay, for 30 days. Okay, that's just for 30 days. It's 20 effing factories. The other option is to trade, use just one factory, but it's on a continuing basis. So I'm not sure. Germany had one Panther company, maybe a battalion of, quite a surprise to the U.S. tanks, yes. Deployed again. Oh, I've only heard about the stuff on the east, on the Western Front. I think it was like one company there. I don't know what was going on in the east. With night vision stuff. Okay, so this general here, okay, you got 3 more divisions. We really don't need to guard against a Lithuanian attack. And yes, mostly it's just going to be holding the line against the Poles there. Now here again, okay, so now we have a lot more trucks, 700 more trucks, and we have 42,000 infantry equipment. So what we want to do here is, I think we will add 4 divisions there and 1 armored division here. We can't train any more elite forces because we're capped. Motorized infantry divisions capped. I don't agree with some. I don't think. I don't think mountain divisions are that elite. I think Fallschirmjäger parachute divisions are elite. I mean, hell, the Germans early on considered panzer divisions an elite division. You know, I see mountain divisions going through an additional training cycle. I'm not saying you couldn't flunk out of a mountain division, but they weren't, you know, there was an elite corps within the mountain divisions for Germany and whatnot, but it's more, to me, mountains, it's an additional training cycle of, you know, now that you're an infantryman, let's go play infantry in the mountains, as well as an equipment difference. You could sort of say that for something like the Fallschirmjägers, but I would still consider the way they were treated was an elite, because everywhere I've read with paratroopers is that they had qualification courses in which more than half of the people volunteering for the courses failed the courses. So that is where, okay, you're going to switch to that corps. There we go. You're going to come over to here. division there.
Ausrücken!
Mountain divisions are just light infantry with pickaxe instead of a shovel. Yeah, basically, Arno. I mean, not Arno, Niagara. You know, it's... And yeah, they march up and down the sides of mountains more often than... Can these guys change templates yet? Oh, good. We can change some of these guys. Good, 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 good. It's not really adding more. Battalions of mountain troopers with what we're doing. We're just adding more support units. So we can now see the template is now that. And so yeah, they march up and down mountains more, so they get a little bit more, you know, tough in that. It's harder to do that. Okay, the other thing I think we will see about doing is Panzerjäger 1. Well, I know that there was, so I believe, my memory serves, that there was a few operations with infrared lights on tanks, as well as I think some infrared lights on half-tracks, searchlights, that then the tanks just use their infrared filters to see against the west. So I don't know. I thought there was some use there. Okay, well, Recon Company. Well, let's research better armored cars. Don't know how they're really going to help us, but better. Field hospital. Well, okay, what? Templates. Okay, hospital, logistics, anti-air support. They've got anti-tank support here. Assault combat engineers. Maintenance companies. Okay, let's do this. Just regular. I don't get the question, Plastic Gangsta. We're still just battling for this bit of here, but Okay, coal liquidation. Okay. June. Jaeger, we could do that. Research bonus for Mountaineers technology. Modular construction, that would be good. There's so many good things to do. Plan Z, I think we're going to mostly not worry too much about, just more better priorities. Creation of the Panzer Troop, reduction cost, tank doctrine. The NATO meeting just finished and the farewell speeches were just made and they sounded good, but effectively what they don't say is Germany has authorized, at least by other nations, to unlocks decision to use other nations' economy to reduce economic fatigue. Okay. Well, I think we'll do this. I talked too much already about Ukraine. We already in it? Yeah. Are you under the mistaken impression, Plastic Gangster, that any... Okay, here's a little basic tip for people understanding the way the world works. I know this may be a controversial topic because a lot of people have... I was meeting with some people not so long ago that have a very, very different understanding of how the world works than I have. But the way I understand the way the world works, and I mean, this is just one minor sliver of it, is but all of the international meetings that happen, that, you know, G7 whatever, or NATO meeting, the things that you hear about, everything's decided functionally before the meeting ever happens. Okay, people, they already know they know the agenda. They might, you know, they don't go into the meeting, you know, it's not, you know, it doesn't happen like the Munich conference in which that they're actually sitting down and deciding the stuff at the meeting. In the modern day, they're deciding it prior to the meeting. The meeting is just the ceremony, the make it official, and to put out there to the public, like, we're doing something, people, we're having a meeting, everybody, we got together, we did a joint statement. Those are really, you know, it's just a rare few times in history that whatever meeting is actually the meeting that decides, that they're actually getting together and deciding things. So, they already knew what they were going to happen at whatever NATO or whatever, that just the place the gangster is sort of paying attention to, as well as my stream. So that was the whole point of the meeting. I have my own theory. Yeah, well, they don't want World War III. That's what they're doing. Also, the U.S. is doing proxy war. I think it's as much Europe is doing proxy war as anybody else. Ukraine have fought heroically, but they are not equipped for an offensive war, and we're all doing at the moment maintaining the current war of attrition. Maybe that's the point. I think you missed my earlier tirade here, so I'm not going to go back over it. Plastic Gangster. If you want to listen to it, you can later. I cover a lot of that stuff. Ukraine needs peace treaty, not further combat operations. Well, there has to be a peace treaty at some point, guys. I mean, you know, Ukraine is not going to be occupying Moscow and owning it. You know, there has to be a peace treaty at some point. I don't know what the peace will look like. You know, what the new borders will be that'll be settled, that'll be agreed upon. I don't know. But there's got to be a peace treaty at some point. Okay, looks like we're down to one division. Okay, yay. Now they got more divisions in there somehow. Yay. Okay, we can produce more factories. Yay. Oh, well, let's take a look. Okay, so we did the decision that gave us this air defense zone. The Czechs have provided. Oh, well, that just, we can't build there, maybe because of our puppet status or something. I don't know. But we have a lot of heavily industrialized areas that don't have any air defense. So let's see about spamming out a few air defense zone. I don't think there's any more decisions for that. Yeah, this 5 civilian land forces along the western Rhineland and Mosul land. It's up there. Okay, not a bad idea, but let's say come back here. Well, I guess that's enough to start with. Improved infrastructure, great. So we have that. That's still going to take over a year if we push ahead so far. That's going to take almost a year. Some sort of waiting, but the synthetic ones are going to be over here, it looks like. So, but we're doing in a national focus that will help with that, and further 109. Well, no real time to do more subs at the moment. I guess we can do better flak. Guns, that would be useful. Hey Jetin, how you doing? Good to have you here. Come on, Rommel, just take the city. I mean, like, just come on. I know they're fortified and all, but this should just be a... Question, do you think the Allies will have to fight another paramilitary like they did with ISIS? I don't know who the Allies are. That's an interesting term. Do you think we'll have to fight another paramilitary group, Wagner, like they did with ISIS? Are they fighting Wagner? I don't get that, Jetin. Just something I was thinking about the news that Wagner has written the White House after sanctions have been levied. Well, realize that, I think it was it Mali or somebody, France, about 6 months ago or something. It was one of these one of these sort of former French colonies, France pulls out because Wagner's brought in by the local government, and France sort of doesn't want to be responsible for, I guess, potential war crimes or whatever. So France just sort of says, "Hey, we're out. You're using Wagner, fine. Have fun with that. They're going to fight your Islamic, ISIS terrorists or whatever." So France pulls out because they're the main ground troops had been in this area, but I forget exactly which country it is. Wagner's operating in multiple regions. I know that they're making a lot of headlines in Ukraine now, but Wagner's operating around, and yeah, the U.S. killed a bunch of Russian Wagner people under Trump because Trump said don't go into this area, and they went in and the U.S. blasted them because they didn't think Trump meant it, because Obama wouldn't have meant it. No, Wagner's things have changed, people. Things have changed. In the late 80s, early 90s, I met and had different, just sort of, some of it was sitting in lectures, some of it was just hanging out in bars. I won't go into some of the events why I was there. But I got to know some of the mercenaries that were around in the late 60s and 70s. These were now older men at that point, no longer being mercenaries. And I've read a bunch about the mercenaries. You can read about Mike Hoare and the 5 Commando and whatnot in, the Belgian Congo and Katanga and all those wars going on. Even those wars, often they were sponsored indirectly by like the Belgian government, but in opposition to the UN. And a lot of times, some of the mercenary organizations would recruit up people, say in Britain, that Britain didn't want them there, and there was a lot of people being arrested. I'm not saying imprisoned. I'm just saying the British would arrest a bunch of people, and what are you doing? What are you doing? And then a few days later they'd be let go, and trying to break up the organization because. Partially, it was, I think, they didn't want British citizens, subjects, whatever, being captured in Angola, fighting in the ongoing Angola civil war post, 75, post independence. Partially, they just didn't want their people there because then it's, British soldier, former British soldiers held in prison, because a bunch of them were captured. A bunch of people were captured. Not all British. That did make the headlines way back then. Part of it is just that. Part of it is the perception by some governments that if there are British mercenaries operating in Portugal, say, or no, not Portugal, I'm just seeing Portugal here, but in Angola, that means it's approved by the British government. So that's British government policy, when in fact it may not be. So, as well as sometimes these mercenaries had been hired by organizations, sometimes industrial, sometimes governments, but maybe hired by the Belgian government, but not approved by the British government. But sometimes the policy was running contrary to British policy. The whole Rhodesia thing, obviously, is something contrary to British policy. The British SAS were actively helping out the rebels to kill the Rhodesians. There's been some of the records have come out. We were talking earlier about Soviet records, but some of the British records have come out. Some of the people have talked about how the British were actively helping the communists because they wanted to get rid of Rhodesia. So all of this stuff. So it was a lot more of a gray and black world with mercenaries back in the 70s and the 80s. And these people that I got to meet, I just, spent 20, 30 minutes, an hour or two, whatever, hanging out, along with a bunch of, 4 or 5 other people, hanging out with some of these people, talking to them, hearing some of their stories. So it's not like I really knew them or they were my friends. I'm not trying to make it out to be something like that. But I sort of knew some of these people and read books and articles that they wrote and whatnot. So nowadays, whether it's Wagner or the U.S. Group, I'm forgetting their name. I'm picturing the guy who was in charge of it. Sorry, I blank on names, as you guys know. They are I think his name is Eric or something. They are corporate extensions of whatever governments they are operating out of. Because unlike back in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, you could not have a U.S. mercenary operation. The U.S. government, trust me, big time, Bigfoot, shut it down. They did not allow them to operate. They had to operate covertly here in America. I'm talking in America. Nowadays, they got training camps here in America, and they're operating openly. And they started out, providing internal security elements, say, in Iraq and other things, using primarily U.S. military veterans. And they're continuing to have, meaning they have, to have fully automatic weapons in America, you got to jump through a lot of hoops, and they've got them, and they're training with them, and they're moving weapons in and out of America. So these are now part of U.S. policy. Same with Wagner. They're part of Russian policy. So sometimes they will be in conflict with Western goals, and sometimes they'll be allied, fighting Islamic terrorists and whatnot. So that's just what Wagner is. It's just another branch of Russian influence. So I don't look at them as anything different. It's just done a little bit more blatantly for pay. Meaning, I think the Mali or whatever gig is not so much Russia wanting to, get influence in the region, more just they're making money. They're being paid money. And so it's a profitable deal. Putin is a moron to start this war in the first place. Well, Putin was just wrong. Say what organizations can or can't join 21st century. Maybe Ukraine wishes to join NATO. Yeah. Putin is on his way out. People who would replace him have a much harsher stance. If they wanted to conquer, they would prepare for it differently, but perhaps things would change. Hardline grab. Putin feared Wagner Group. Dares U.S. shoots letter to White House after sanctions. I don't know. U.S. policy is right now in chaos, I would say, but that's just my opinion. Okay, 21 days, and then we got 28 days, but we're gonna a transnational criminal organization. Yeah, well, What does that mean? Well, what is a transnational criminal organization? Another word for the mob. Now, does that mean that the CIA will now start working with the Wagner Group? You know, that they're a transnational criminal organization. So now that they'll get CIA funding, you know, what the hell, you know. Well, see, now ISIS was, I don't know exactly what they're labeled, but they're a terrorist organization. That's a different category. I don't remember either. Okay, exactly. Modular construction. Didn't we do the fighters? Did I mess that up? Probably. Oh, we did this. 109 continue research bonus 4. Why don't I have research bonus here for this, or maybe it's this one. I don't know. Well, we'll research this either way then. I thought this was research bonus for the Emil. Maybe I'm mistaken. No, I guess today I'm mistaken. Okay, I didn't need to push so hard for that. Oh well. Learn, live, learn. This is first playthrough on all of this. Treaty of Madrid. Okay. Nationalist victory in Spain. Very nice. Okay, let's take a quick look through here. No, we're not going to do that. Recruit more reserve divisions, which will lead to training. Okay, so we're gonna do recruit more reserve divisions. We need to do this before the war starts. So 90 days. So we'll get that going. We maybe should have reacted. Okay, how are we on? We need more aluminum and more steel. So and we're down on aluminum, so let's also activate core aluminum smelter. Okay, well, we can take a quick look here. Standard division template, here we go. So I haven't really played with this. This is how it's basically set up. So we have motorized heavy artillery here. We've got 3 groups of regular artillery here. And 2 anti-tank with a total of 9 infantry. Some are light infantry, some are just infantry. So it will have a mix here with needed between heavy and medium guns. And then over here, support reconnaissance, AA support, assault combat engineers, hospital and horse-drawn logistics company. So we need a total of 17 trucks, I think, for those. What are there going to be? Well, 12. Don't know if there's some other. So that is our current infantry division. So hopefully this is going to be a good division. We'll see how this goes. Our panzer divisions, on the other hand, are a little out of balance. Very light tank heavy, which mostly right now are running Czech tanks. Very infantry light, but my problem here is trucks. Where's trucks? Okay, we now have a positive. We had been running a deficit. We now have a positive of 336 trucks. So if I were to, you know, I could make a smaller template and just do it to 1 or 2 divisions, but if I were to run through everywhere and throw on more motorized infantry, it would eat up our trucks. So we're trying to get waiting for Stugs. Well, Stugs will come eventually one day. Now for artillery, we are currently, for heavy artillery, we are currently producing the 150 millimeter cannon. I think that's the biggest we can, Arna. We could produce the Bison for some motorized units, but I think, because we are also researching the Panzerjäger, we may switch over to producing some of those. Now, well, we can't, the biggest gun that we can get here is the 170 millimeter cannon, which for this game doesn't show up until 41. Now, of course, they were building them earlier on. It's just somewhat rare use of them, or small numbers. When the CIA used to fund people and organizations that were either opposed to the Soviets, as with bin Laden, or doing something considered the free world's interest, most such organizations took adjusted after the Cold War. They would never support such organization now, but then we were at war. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the CIA would fund or not fund or pay for now. I don't know how much the Ukraine situation is going on, but I don't know. If Wagner was doing something in down here in Africa that we liked, we might be. Now the CIA would not be sending checks to Moscow. That's quite true. What they would do is they would send checks to the Central African Republic or someplace like that. Oh, hey, yeah, you need to hire some mercenaries to go fight terrorists. We'll give you some money for that. No, okay, and then the Central African Republic will send a check to Moscow to pay the Wagner Group. I don't for a minute think that they wouldn't hire the Wagner Group if it seemed like the best group to do something. Okay, so let's see, national focus. We we need to do observations from Spain here. Yes, I know the trip. Looking, didn't we? Pact of Steel, Condor Legion. I thought there was maybe a German version of this. Not that I just wanted to find it if it was here. Well, I guess it's not here. It proposes. Okay, we're going to do this. Research, gain efficiency. Okay, German military mission to China. Yeah, we'll do that now at this point. It is 39 for Niagara. You can look. Okay, so they've done a landing down here, added that. And I don't know why they didn't just take out this island, because it would be something to take out and then push up. But, and I don't know why they haven't been able to snuff this out. Curious and curiouser. Okay, we're going to end this episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. I really do appreciate everyone who watches all these videos. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, everyone here who's hanging out with me now, no problem. I'm going to keep making here. I'm just going to take a quick break and be back in just probably about 90 seconds, and we will continue with another episode. So let's get a nicer picture. Well, we can look more at China. Niagara can study the Chinese situation here for the moment, and I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Almost back. Okay, guys. Talking about the artillery here. How are you going to use it? You know, if we're talking about in-game. Unfortunately, the way Paradox likes to do their games is blank slate, you get to add to it. Well, some of what is going on here, if you've noticed, and I don't know how much credit I should take for this, because I have talked to people, including Uncharted and whatnot, over the years, and they've watched some of my stuff. You know, if you look at a Paradox, they start out like with 105, then you go to 155, and then you go to 170 millimeter, and blah blah blah. Well, I looked at for Paradox, and way back when the game was in development, I published my findings. Looked at the German artillery that they produced from the beginning of the war. You know, from here, the Lisch Field Howitzer 18, the Light Field Howitzer 1918, it was meant to sort of confuse people, and moving on through. And only at one stage in here, maybe here, did the gun change in any material way that would affect, I forget which model, but it may have been this model, that would affect its effectiveness, and what was a ability to do a stronger charge to throw a projectile further. So it increased its range by, I don't know, 10-20%. I wrote it out. I don't remember all these details, sorry. And that was the only change in German artillery functionally during the war. All the other changes were make it easier to produce so you can produce more. Make it a little lighter out in the field so it was easier to hand. Okay, so it's a little easier to, to unlimber, whether from a horse or a truck, and deploy it, or a little quicker to limber it up to move it. And the final version in 1945 was a Czech version that never really got into production of any significant amount. I think it was just prototypes or whatever. And it was one that was sort of like the Soviet D-30, which was 122 millimeter gun, in which that when you deployed it, the D-30, the forward wheels would come off the ground, and it would go into sort of a triangular shaped base. Instead of two trails, it would sort of swing around and have three of them. So it was better suited. Well, the Czech version is sort of like that, and I think it does have influence on the later Soviet stuff. But it would turn it into the wheels would come off the ground, and it would turn it into a big cross, sort of like you're used to seeing from the Flak 18. And it was probably one of the most advanced artillery pieces. And so basically, the artillery for Germany doesn't improve other than at one point. And I just looked at the 105 millimeter guns during the war. It wasn't like, oh, we'll get this gun and it now performs, better defense, more soft attack than, 34 soft attack versus 27 soft. No, didn't. No more. The only thing that I would say improved would be the improved range. So, yeah, if one gun can hit more possible targets, that's an improvement. But it doesn't really improve it much, 36. So it really didn't. It just made it cheaper to produce. You could produce more artillery for, easier. So that is contrary to the way Paradox runs its games. Now, I think, should soft attack now speed, or I don't know that they should even be changing. They should mostly just be, like I say, cheaper to produce. But that's not the way Paradox designed the game, and since they're just modding from the base thing. So I looked at this stuff, and I just specifically looked at this one branch. Now we do see, of course, like in anti-tank ammunition, you're doing 37s, 50s, 75s, 88s. Don't know what the hell this is, because this is historical. What is this? 80 centimeter. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is some foreign design or some theoretical design. I don't know. I just know to this. And the only reason that these things are sort of available is that started out as an anti-aircraft gun that they just converted to a anti-tank mount. So yeah, most of the kind of stuff doesn't. I mean, yeah, tanks, anti-tank guns, there is that. They were producing quad barrel anti-aircraft guns, I'm pretty sure, much earlier. I'm not exactly sure on the date, and they were producing 37 millimeter anti-aircraft guns, 37 millimeter Flak-Verling. So, no, Flak-Verling. Is that supposed to be the quad? Gamer's head is breaking. What? Is there really? Someone want to Google it? Is there a 37 millimeter Flag Zerling 43 that's sort of like that? Because they were producing 20 millimeter single barrels, they were producing 20 millimeter quad barrels, they were producing single barrel 37s, and they were producing a handful, I think less than 100, but I don't know exact numbers, of double barreled, one superimposed on top. If that's what that's supposed to be, I don't know. But from the beginning, you know, for towed anti-aircraft, in the sort of not the Flak 18. And the first model of this I thought was the Flak 18, so why isn't the Flak 18 here? And then they later come along with some of the other stuff. But yeah, Gamer's head breaks when Gamer looks too closely at things, yes. Verling means four-part. Okay, so Verling, and I know Niagara's sort of around, who's also good with German. Like the Ostwind 2, I presume. Well, yeah, Arno, the ground mount, it was two guns, but unlike you see in War Thunder, there was one barrel on top of the other instead of side by side. I think if the Ostwind 2 actually existed, I think it would have used the standard ground mount that already existed instead of designing something new. So I think it would have been and I've seen some modelers make it, and I don't know if I've actually seen a true photo of a double 37 millimeter gun on a Panzer IV hull, like the Ostwind, the standard Ostwind. They very well may have made some. I'm not saying they didn't, but I'm presuming that they would have used a pre-existing ground mount, just altered to fit in the turret a bit. Hey ZZ, good to have you here. But yes, I don't know what all this means. So their progression tables in this game, I'm just against, because these and in a way, you know, but then the question is how do you use them? To my knowledge, the 170 millimeter and the 210 millimeter or whatever the other bigger gun, those were always core assets. Those were in units that were assigned to a corps, whether they were battalions or companies or something, I don't know right offhand. They were core units that would temporarily, that division's going to assault that city, so let's temporarily assign that, artillery battery or artillery company to that division to use, as extra firepower on going after that city, because need that. And then after that battle's done, it's taken away and used, maybe broken up into batteries to support 3 different divisions or whatever, but it's normally a core asset. Well, they try to figure out how to do I'm not going to look that up right now, Arno, but how to do core assets. But they hadn't, game mechanically, they haven't really been able to do that well. So, do you just simply, and the one thing that they didn't want to have was the HOI IV syndrome of having specialty divisions. This division here just gets an extra, heavy artillery battery kind of thing, which we could, with using the sort of various template modifications, we could create subdivisions to do that, but they didn't want to do a lot of specialty stuff. So how do you use the heavy guns? Now, of course, we have railway guns, which I'm ignoring for now. Is it even in the mod? I know there's some railway stuff here in the mod. Yeah, they do have the Dora, but I'm ignoring that. Just too much production worrying about other things. Oh, we need to start the next episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and hey, I really hope if you like this type of content, you're willing to smash that like button and just post a comment, say hi Gamer. Can we get 10 people on this posted episode to say hi, gamer. That would be really, really cool. You don't know how cool that would be for me. It would really help the channel out. So yeah, if you would please do that. We are currently in July 1939. We're probably going to wait to early 1940 to actually start the war, because since we do know the invading of Poland, which Hitler did not know, Hitler was gambling that it wouldn't, and his gamble failed, that it would not start a general war in the West. But since we know so, there's no point in starting the war and then, oh, it's winter, let's hang out and chill out here until modular construction, good. Until the weather gets good, so we can actually do fighting. So let's be a little bit more time sensitive. Okay, we got Rommel back here. He's coming back. Let's assign another division to him and assign him to von Kleist. Oh no, wait, no. You go there. Whole divisions, or go, yeah, join that corps. Observations from Spain, very good. We have Pact of Steel. We are in the Tripart Pact. Bit early. That was more of a 1940 thing, I think. I think that's where we should go next. Synthetic breakthroughs. Well, see, so that might give us this one cheaply, but this one here, the 300% bonus and the 300% bonus, that would really sort of help out a lot. And that early. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do our synthetic breakthrough. Nope, we can research. Well, we need to research yet. We could do that. That wouldn't be too long, and that'll get us more hard attack. Yeah, there we go. Now, we need more trains. We're slowly catching up with trains, so I guess we better push that a little bit harder, because we don't want. We're going to take losses, I think, from bombing and other things with trains, so we might as well get. We should have a better cushion. Okay, and we activate core steel mills to get us all the steel we need. All right, so let's take Guderian's force and move them down to here. And I think this is just too small of a core for these guys if they're going to be core generals. I understand reducing that they're not as big as infantry commands, but those are awfully small. Yeah, let's. Yeah, let's. I mean, historically they came down that way, but I'm not going to follow history on that. Moves our Panzer Corps that way. So we definitely want to wait to 56 days to recruit more reserve divisions. Well, that probably wouldn't. At least you're very correct that it was a fight over the Danzig corridor and not so much. Okay, big thing I may want to do is some of these martyr technologies, but I don't know. Not so much over Danzig. Danzig was already more or less German by that point. Let's do that because I think my Panzer divisions have maintenance companies. Let's check and make sure. Template. Yep, they got maintenance companies. Good. They should. Yeah, only down by 1 in rubber. Yeah, we're 97, 98 now. We're getting more trains. We need to stockpile up more trains. I figured we would have gotten more by now, but nope. Okay, so we've got that there. Good. Continued autarky. We just don't want to push that too soon. Atlantic Wall, just looking. Battle for Britain. Swiss franc agreement. Okay. These you got to take out France first. Don't need carriers. We're just not going to produce enough. Yeah. Tank doctrines, those would be sort of nice. Land Wunderwaffe. Yeah, we'll do that. Get some. How did Czechoslovakia or Hungary transport trade goods? Well, I don't know about Hungary, but Czechoslovakia had a port in Hamburg and had a port in Stettin that, especially the Hamburg one, which I believe all this is navigable river, that they could go through Germany and go to their little port here, and Germany could not inspect or stop the river barges there or the trains from leaving from Czechoslovakia going up to Stettin to their port there. That was all part of the Versailles Treaty, or one of the follow-on treaties, or some part of the overall Versailles program. That Czechoslovakia, and I think they had one other port somewhere. but that they either didn't use, but those are the two that they used. So they had little extraterritoriality bits that it wasn't until like 1937 or 38 that Germany finally canceled that part of the Versailles treaties. I say treaties because it's, again, there was several other various treaties going on. So they were using German throughput, either on trains or through the river system, to trade that Germany had no say over. They couldn't, they would seal up the box cars, or seal up the, obviously if it was a flat car and there was a truck on it, they could visually inspect it, but they couldn't touch it and stuff. And anything on a river barge, they couldn't look inside. And so it was going through German territoriality. Hungary, I don't know what their setups to go through other countries had been set up at the time. That's how it worked for them. Okay, so let's see. We've got some improved flak zones here. Absolutely, Ragar. And so that's what I know about Czechoslovakia. But I don't know other nations. No, well, Switzerland also had a similar situation during World War II. I don't know exactly, but that they would use one particular train line, probably this one or whatever, coming out of Switzerland, and come down to a few ports, just like a few piers or whatever. It was sort of a defined area down in Genoa or Genova, however you want to pronounce that. And they had ships registered to them that they painted huge Swiss crosses, not red crosses, but sort of Swiss flags on them, and they were all scheduled. And so they would tell both sides, oh, this ship is leaving this port on this date, and it's going to go this course, and it's going to go out through, through the Straits of Gibraltar and go, so that everyone sort of knew, so neither side could, so it wasn't that if they saw some random ship out here that had a bunch of Swiss crosses on it, oh, that isn't one of the scheduled ships, so that's just maybe Germany or Italy or the Western Allies or whoever trying to fake them out to smuggle something through. No, they were all like scheduled to go out, and their general course and whatnot was publicized well in advance, and so they would go. And similar things were going on for Portugal and Sweden. Now Sweden, is coming out through the Skagerrak and through the North Sea, but Switzerland did have this sort of set up here, and a scheduled airlines flights from Switzerland to Britain that they would, I think it was Britain and not Ireland, but maybe it was Ireland. Now, they could carry cargo on these airline flights, and Britain was buying some high-end timing pieces in bulk from Switzerland that were being flown out. But those were, again, sort of scheduled, timed, fly during the day, big Swiss crosses on the sides of the transport airplanes and whatnot, and neither side was supposed to engage them, so they were doing that, flying either to Britain or to Ireland. I'm not sure. I think it was to Britain, but they were coming through Italy to to ship out through that was specifically set up for the war and the Western Allies kind of thing. So do you have a preference for which platform you live stream on, Twitch or YouTube? Well, I think the quality is better on YouTube. I don't really have a terribly great preference. I mean, if you want to turn them all on and just listen to one of them, you can minimize screens. That would really help me out. If you have the bandwidth your end. I don't know where you are and what your situation is. But yeah, it's both are good. I make the only place I make any, and it's just pennies, so don't really worry too much about that. As money is on YouTube, but I'm happy that you're watching whatever is good for you. I know some places Twitch is really bad around the world, and YouTube is good. And some people just get better on like Twitch better. So wherever you are, I see all the chat from Twitch and YouTube sort of aggregated to one thing here, so it might be slightly well, I know it is slightly delayed that I see it, but I do see all of the chat from either one, so it's good wherever you prefer, ZZ, whatever your preference is. Okay, we're going to build some more military factories because we need them. Let's build them sort of out of the way from bombing. Right, okay, well, we're currently doing, oh no, here, I think we did get, yes, okay, so we have these synthetics. Now, think I'd rather have the rubber first. It'll still take us a while, so we'll get it well over a year early. I'm just really happy that people like to watch my streams. Okay, bauxite. 45 days. 20 civilian factories. Yeah, we'll do that. I know we'll just eat into all those. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. No, I don't want to come here. Right now we have 2,200 light tanks. Now a lot of them are Czech tanks, which are pretty good. We can see here. We can click on one of these divisions and we can see here the mix. Now these are all Czech tanks. Some are considered Czech that we sort of got from taking Czechoslovakia. Some are considered German because we got from taking Czechoslovakia, but just sort of how they came into them. I think these are sort of when we absorbed the country, and I think these are from the event. And why this doesn't have a flag, I don't know. The 38T, because it is a Panzer 38T, I guess, I don't know. Except because that and that are the same vehicle, and that and that are all 38Ts. That's a 35T, as I just call it by the German name. No disrespect to Czechoslovakia, just what I know it as. And so these are all running the Czech tanks now, which is fine. And we do have large number of Panzer 1s and Panzer 2s. We are still building Panzer 2s and Panzer 1s. But what we now have here is, and this is what we're going to look at here, to see with how it is handled with, specifically with World Ablaze, because the modifiers, we're going to start producing Panzerjäger 1s. So let's come up to here. So I want to make sure that we're doing this. And we're going to switch over to Panzerjäger 1s. And now this is, we're not going to create a variant. Well, you know, yeah, we're going to do this. Okay, so you see it was just a minor hit to efficiency. So now we're going to hopefully get a bunch so that we can see about adding those to our Panzer divisions. It needs a little more tungsten, but I don't know that that's a big problem right now. I mean, it just makes one of these a little less efficient down here. Now, oh, I think even more trains. So also remember, people, starting next Saturday, for a few Saturdays likely, we will be playing. I will still make this series, but non-live. We will be doing live streaming that will be starting approximately 4.5 hours earlier than now, wherever you are in the world. We're going to be playing a multiplayer game with Hearts of Iron 4 World Ablaze mod. Some of the players are here watching, seeing how I play. Some are going to be on my side, and some are going to be opponents, but either way. Transport Minister, unlock that, which is nice, but it's just 2%. And I'm looking at 21, so 42 days, and we are sort of in September 39. 21 days requires your crypto level. Yeah. Rocket artillery, Sturmgeschütz. There's our Stugs, aggressive artillery. Needs one of these two. So let's do the Enigma, I think. We'll do the Enigma focus. Like I say, I don't think we're going to kick it off right at the historical date, but we will see about that. United Kingdom dominates. Okay, well, I guess it may still be useful. Let's, again, keep that at least balanced out. Looking here. Okay, so, did we get the reserve mobilizations? Okay, so we've got more reserve divisions that'll come up once the war starts, I think. Now, also, let's look. Okay, having lots of extra equipment is good, because either we can expand the army or just replace losses. Okay, good. We're getting good on trucks. Okay, we've got way too much support equipment, so let's take a look there. For a while we were way down, so let's drop this by 5 factories. You know, let's control our sky, so we'll up that by 5 factories, which means we need a lot more aluminum. We need the more bauxite. We're doing the more bauxite here. 25 days. We're already pushing Hungary beyond what they want to do for bauxite. Well, let's see if we can get some more from the Netherlands, and then we'll reactivate core aluminum smelter. Hello, Marcel, or Fritz, how you doing? Now, looking at, I know we'll get some number, and I don't know exactly how big the reserve divisions numbers will be. Okay, we're training the maximum amount of men right now, I see. So, okay. So we're up here. We could train more. Alright, well, let us do Fallschirmjägers. How are we going to attack the Ebenemal fortress if we don't have better Fallschirmjägers? Okay. Now, back to resources, and we are going to go for fuel gain And we can come over here. Yeah, we have the 222B. Don't know how that's different than the 222 that we already have. Lovely little scout cars, but we'll upgrade. Let's see how big of a, yeah, just a minor production hit. And we need more rubber. More rubber. I guess the Netherlands is our place if we can't get it synthetically. We are working here with researching more rubber. 1 per factory, so that will be good. Okay, integration of the Enigma. Reform. Oh, removes inefficiency. Okay, removes that. That would be good. Yeah, yeah, we're gonna delay the war a little bit. Yeah, I like removing this. Inefficient air production, so basically give us a 5% boost to everything. Aircraft production, 5% is good. Now, okay, let's look at our excess fighters. Okay, we have lots of excess fighters. Good. Let's see what we have. We have 115 BF-110s that are excess. We got some Czech fighters. We got some 110 or 110s. I thought we had. Oh, we have these. We have 716 HE-51s. As biplanes go, they're pretty good, I understand, but they're still just biplanes. Let's go first here. Okay. Now, let's look over here. What do we, okay. Let's create, I'm more happy about using these in the east. Right, so a bit better fighter once they get deployed. And we have our current flat coverage. Okay, 10 reserve divisions recruited. Very good. Well, I guess he's gonna go to there. All right. Well, let's do a few more flak. Oh, that needs to right over the city. And there, let's see how that helps. And I think we do have, yes, we can do Blitzkrieg, which will really push that a bit further forward. And let's see, we have enough doctrine research. Creeping barrage versus zeroing artillery, 15% soft attack, organization +2, breakthrough help, but only 5% soft attack improvement. We could come over here, central planning, organization +10, enable suppressive barrage, unexpected thrust. Well, those are some pretty good capabilities. So, oh, will we get this? Yeah, okay. Unlock that. Now this is an either or. Shock and awe. Or grand battle plan. Probably that, but we're going to go zeroing artillery. Try to be effective in that way. Air doctrines. Okay, we have some more that we can see about doing now. Hunt and destroy. Air support mission efficiency improved. Or we could come down here. Logistical bombing. These are, I think, sub-detection. Naval bombers. I've been doing some naval bombers, but yeah, let's do sub-detection. I like that. And since we have a bit more, air support efficiency. Air superiority improvements. Okay, and naval doctrines. Submarine. Okay, we just don't have enough points for any naval doctrines just yet. Now let's come over here. Okay, so Goering, close air support, looks pretty good. Air reformer Albert Kesselring, we don't really need to, we'll get a lot more experience once the actual war hits. Ritter von Grimm is the last head of the Luftwaffe, but yeah, let's go with Goering. That will get us a lot of close air support. Help out. Okay, we're reforming the Ministry of Aviation, but let's save this here. Again, I want to thank everyone who made it this far into the video. I do appreciate all of you guys who really watch the videos. And we'll be back next week, or coming next week, I should say. We will be doing our big multiplayer game. Hopefully that will all go off pretty well. We did a little bit of a test. We'll be doing some more before then, hopefully. So thank you, everyone. I really do want to appreciate everybody who's here, but I definitely want to thank Tim, Strongarm, Niagara, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, Gary, and the Hoffmanator for support over on Patreon. But like I just say, everyone, if you just smash the like button and watch the videos, I really appreciate it. So thank you, everyone. Okay, I think we will end this live session here. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'll be back tomorrow with, I hope, Arno and everybody else. Who else? Well, with maybe with Fritz and everybody else, maybe Toy Jet and who else come and play in some War Thunder. But I want to thank ZZ, Ragar, Beam Slam, Plastic Gangster, just scrolling through that. Starstreak. Oh, Starstreak maybe tomorrow playing. I don't know. But Jetin and everybody else who commented, thank you guys so much. I'm sure I'm missing a few people, but thank you so much. So see you hopefully tomorrow or next week. Thanks everyone. Have a good day or